Alright. Welcome back, folks. This is week 2 of the Spelljammer update for Neverwinter. And we're off to a slightly positive start when it comes to the Spelljammer related content, like the visuals, the quests, and whatnot. Slightly. Most things are pretty much run-of-the-mill outside of the extra use of different environments, which I really like, and space theme is the mix between like old school Western fantasy and space theme that kind of brings in a neat little theme, unique, like blending. The quality of life thing was an incredibly low point in the experience for sure. As of last week, there has been one addition that's changed, which is that the Sentinel Paragon's Shore Strike restores stamina. Anything to increase at this point, the way quality of life is being done specifically to the Sentinel's Paragon is at nearly an all-time low, so any particular refreshments and scale up, you take it, right? So added functionality is added functionality. In fact, the dramatic irony here is certainly it replaces Sentinel Slash for a single target boss, but the timing could be ironically impractical, since what the lack is persistent spawn aggro capture on top of Sentinel's Paragon. So what I'm saying is, when a group of mobs spawn, there isn't any quick response, which you can make an argument that the Vanguard does not as well, but the Vanguard has other things that are superior in that manner, right, as an archetype of Vanguard. Meanwhile, there still isn't a competitive tool for that. I don't think single targeting and single target sustain was ever an issue, really. But they did achieve their one goal, which is to circumvent Sentinel Slash's use, which in this case, that addition to Shore Strike, certainly makes it a very appealing alternative to Sentinel Slash. And in fact, now they managed to swing the axe so hard on Sentinel Slash that, in my personal opinion, do not use that in any capacity whatsoever. You flex your rage into a challenger slash on mobs. It's slow, but it's faster than Sentinel Slash. It's still slower than anything compared for a tank, right? There's legitimately a very weak crowd control. And then for single target, Shore Strike certainly wins king, because actually, I take it back. You might make an argument for Sentinel Slash, but I still think there's one thing you can't do, which most people might have overlooked, is that when you are in Unstoppable, which also I do have to admit that there is a significant number of individuals out there who, this is a great demonstration of how tunnel vision and how lacking Sentinel is in general. This mechanic right here, Unstoppable, is constantly confused with Battle Rage. That just goes to show you how non-existent the mechanics are. They are technically the same, but they go by different names. So inherently, if there's any telltale sign, Battle Rage is often referred to as Unstoppable, which is not the case, because Sentinels mechanic is unstoppable. And it actually offered unstoppable looks the same, but offers different parameters, right? This is an absorbance and block. Battle Rage is a attack power increase and damage mitigation. Very different things. Why was that so loud? The heck? Okay, so, and then one thing about the Sure Strike that makes it it's a moot point regardless. So Sure Strike can restore stamina, right? But the Sentinels are obligatorily reliable on Unstoppable. And as you know, well, actually, no, maybe not. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, it's still there. Stamina regeneration is reduced in Unstoppable. In fact, I would make an argument that I haven't tested this out yet, if Short Strike can even do anything, but I can almost tell you from like any other, at wills are incredibly lacking. The fastest hitting thing is Short Strike, right? It's always been Short Strike. That's one of the biggest cons in all of Sentinel. At wills are supposed to be readily available and usable, but this is easily the one specific paragon that has no utility whatsoever. So sure, you add utility by adding stamina restoration, and maybe it's fast enough, but I can guarantee you, historically, since mod 13, when you have Unstoppable up, the stamina regeneration is reduced. It's near zero. It's almost unappreciable. So maybe perhaps if you Unstoppable into a boss and Sure Strike with this, you might be able to see some appreciable sustain. If not, then it's a moot point. No, you're not Sure Striking without an Unstoppable up. Sure Striking requires you to stand still for a very long time. So you know, I think there's so much band-aiding, but only nerfing. Notoriously, every single class that their way of balance is to rip the tool away. I really thought we were over this hump. Like, what I mean is, as a community forward, perhaps, or maybe like on the same page, taking tools away reduces the complexity of the game, not increase the complexity of the game. You didn't offer an alternative. You took the primary away so that the alternative that still is a stinky pile of cheese is still a sticky pile of cheese. So good luck. But that's the recent change. Short Strike, stamina restoration. I actually thought there might be some scale up on certain things, like another increase in magnitude for Challenger Slash. I think Challenger Slash's magnitude should be 60. Sure Strike Sure Strike is 80. 80, Challenger Slash is 60. It's so slow without Unstoppable. And then Sentinel is even slower. In fact, I would say Sentinel's max magnitude is 600. That full charge, do you know what you can do in the time it takes for 3 seconds? And you have to hold it with limited movement, and in the min is 150. At least 150. Bounding Slam, this was the biggest disappointment. I think last week, to summarize last week's quality of life stuff, all the changes to the quote-unquote changes to Bounding Slam, Radiant Slam, and Threatening Rush. Threatening Rush is still at best heck. Bounding Slam is arguably indistinguishable from how inappropriately useless it is. And then Radiant Slam is still the gold standard, which I really thought they were just going to normalize everything to Radiant Slam. I guess not. Oh, wait, there was one more change, which I did test out yesterday, or sort of. Axe Storm got an animation speed increase, which is great. It's a shame they can't do it to Bounding Slam. Or can they? I'm pretty sure they can. So, ramp up the Bounding Slam. Like, perhaps make it so that, you know, there isn't just 3 oh, this is Brash, right? Like, there are constellation at wills all over the place. It just sits there. Another thing from last week that I noticed is, man, you can really lean in on master boons. So now I'm like sporting 4 master boons. I'm not sure if that's the way they were going with it, but advanced boons and master boons, fun stuff. I mean, it's a little edge you can build around. And Axe Storm is okay. It still requires you to toggle your encounter powers back and forth. Yeah. And in the content, let's see. We got on the Spelljammer. I love the planets. We don't visit all the planets so far. We only visited one of the asteroids. Let's take a look. So here's the map. I'm pretty sure we went to Remiji, which we met the Merkins, the merchant alien race. We've been on asteroid Zarbos, which is where the Gith peeps are. A Gith, branch of the Gith, I suppose. Or fighting the Illithids. And then planet Baloria, which are where the Astral Elves are. So then we claim them as allies and get introduced to Invasion, which is in the other system, Gambian space. And Invasion's alright. I figured out how it works, or like more or less what I would do, right? And I'll show that later. And as a thing that's relevant today, this week, right? For those who didn't purchase the $15, approximately $15 half start, which I started, I now took a better look at the gear. So I have 2 outstanding commentary on the gear, which is a plus for design, in my opinion. So it goes into this week's factor because one of the gear is accessible now. Last week, let's make a highlight to last week. So because invasions were available, when you take out an invasion commander, which there are 3 of them, and next to those 3 patrolling areas are 3 chests. These 6 have a chance to drop Astro Raider stuff or Astral stuff, and every single class pairing, like a class grouping, so for example, Fighter and Barbarian, or Paladin Barbarian Fighter for tanking, like, so a class grouping has these 2 sets, right? And I would like to highlight the arm piece and the boots, the feet, right? It's very good. I would say these are outstanding. So what these does is the arms grant up to 20% bonus damage when you're scaled. So in scale content you get a bonus if they're working properly. I don't usually sit here and test things if they work or not. But assuming it does, scale down content might include the advanced trial that is unlocked today that you can do, the advanced trial of the Moon Dancer, defense of the Moon Dancer. So we'll see how much you get. It's scaled, so they tell you the percentage on how much you scale, I'm guessing. We'll see if it works, because I actually picked up 2 of these doing the invasion. One, so exactly this identical to, so it's just for barbarian fighter. I'm guessing this is the DPS thing, because down here it has the same modifier, slightly change of the stats, but then includes paladin, barbarian, fighter. So this must be the tank grouping for this Vambrace. I didn't this gauntlet, I didn't get this yet, and I didn't get this, which the shoes provide bonus damage resistance, which ideally I would prefer. Now, the downside, the one questionable detail about this is, well, these are bound on account, so you can actually exchange them and use one character. However, because it's bound on account, the pool is shared, so you can get a lot of these things for any class. I have a few like barb things and warlock things hanging around in my inventory. The 2 that I got that is relevant to the 3 that I play on a daily basis is this one. So I have 2 of these. No boots though. We might still hop into a trial today, an advanced trial, because this leads us to the second highlight, which kinda is an incredibly big deal, both psychologically and for the health of the game, in my opinion, for the live service aspect, which I retract a little bit. I step back a little bit from the whole second-class citizen comment from the first week. It's still true, because of like the disparity between the Pulsar armor versus the Starforge armor, and then there's still 6 or 7 exclusive modifiers to the elite class. Or we can use the word master class, I suppose, to the master class. And then this does not excuse like Master Temple of the Spider, Demon Web Pit design and stuff. So it still carries. However, I do like this. This is a great way to do the stepping stone and reaching your capstone, like your cap on advanced stuff. So backtrack a little. This modifier, so this weapon set, which is involved in doing the trials, are now shared between the advanced and the master. Now that makes all the difference. Like, sure, and what they did was they put a 200 item level scale up, especially when it's a damage modifier, so that plus 250 modifier. The other scaling of the stats is like, really not negotiable, but the base damage modifier, that's pretty much I'm gonna reiterate what I said first week. The idea of masterclass characters or masterclass elites is winning, as in outputting more. How much more is now negligible. The idea is just winning, right? If you constantly increase the gap, you won't have any relatives anymore. So all the elites will continually go up and player retention would be non-existent, right? Because the gap is so big. Now there's just a bragging right gap, and still fundamentally it's still a scale up version of the base model, but now there's an entry point. So you can do advance, which if you look near the, oh, it's actually cut off. This one is acquired from the advance, and it shares the modifier, which closes the gap, right? I mean, heck, at this point, generally speaking, most a large number of live service games uh, don't even make the equipment distinguishable anymore. It's more accolades and like vanity. Accolades are the biggest thing, like meritocracy, where you get merit and display of merit, not mechanical or tool exclusivity. So the gap between achieving a mechanical merit is non-existent. The merit is what demonstrates superiority, right? Or like more skills or achievement. And I think this is a great stepping stone for that. So there's going to be more time played on the content the developers invest time in. And we're going to try to jump into one of these and get one of these. Because ultimately, for me, the healing one is irrelevant. Because these are pain giver scale ups. And what I mean by that is the 200 item level is for damage. So this is actually, coincidentally, I find it super hard to believe that there's a designer at Cryptic that has non-pain giving in the brain. So I think it's a coincidence that they chose the most important modifier that elitists and legacy players would be most interested in to be capped behind a master trial, which is damage. So what this does though is coincidentally benefit support players, because support players have this almost the same efficiency doing advance. And then perhaps, like I suggest in my opinion, back in North Dark and even before that, aiding and giving a elevating baseline equipment for support players enables them to choose to play support first. So if they can choose to play support first, they can gain access to pain giving. So this is a party first movement, right? I mean, a party first change, which is excellent. Then you elevate, the pool of support players, which are necessary for your content to be cleared. So that's excellent. But I don't believe that is why they chose a damage modifier to be the thing that differentiates between the advance and the master loot. I think it's just pain giving in the brain, and it's pain giving in the brain that's motivated by the unified common interest of the vast majority of the community and the developer. It's about DPS. It's always about DPS. Not only that, I would make an argument that the advance ones, I mean, they already kind of do that. So you see that the tank and the healer, it's not really treated equal 1-to-1. If you look at the modifier, it says plus 3% total damage, minus 6% incoming damage, and plus 6% total healing. In no way in the universe, even in value system, that a plus 6% in total healing has the effective pragmatic efficacy that is equivalent to plus 3% total damage. And minus 6% incoming damage is nowhere in the atmosphere that is functional as plus 3 total damage. But it does acknowledge that the number is bigger for support than it is pain giver. And that's an incredibly excellent step in my opinion, a more pragmatic psychological mindset. The idea that functional support numbers are way in a different magnitude, in my opinion, than functional pain-giving numbers. Because if you reduce all the incoming damage, you still will it's not that much. Like, and if you stand there, it still doesn't propel a group forward to success. Most of the mechanics do not revolve around the success of the tank taking the fall all the time and the healer getting toxically abused, right? That these numbers, they don't aid in that usually that much. So, but the nice thing is those numbers are larger than total damage. Total damage is what breaks your mechanics. So, like, scaling up damage, sure. And I'm gonna take a gamble. When the vast majority of people who like to complain, in my opinion, or voice their disagreements, their first comment would be, these weapons are not that interesting. They're not good enough to incentivize doing this trial much more. And the reason is largely because they're probably a pain giver, and that +3 total damage is not that great. It's a very small number. But what I see here is that those numbers should be +10% for tank and healers. It's not a set if you don't want to take that set, right? It's +3 and it's up to a 5.5 depending on damage difference. It's the old school but scaled down version of Baphomet's thing, right? The number disparity, what I see is the support forward thing. That's kind of nice. I mean, it's kind of nice, but you can see that it's lukewarm welcome. It's a great telltale sign of what the vast majority of your community is interested in. It's weird, is kind of disappointing every time that happens, because generally speaking, I get excited at the idea that you raise the pool of players for the content the developer keeps insisting on building and designing, which is a constant pressure on support players. But the content doesn't provide anything to alleviate or enable that constant pressure. I mean, the next dungeon might as well, I joke about this, but I'm actually joking about it because there's truth in it. Then your next big module thing should just feature a DPS raise. Just, the queue is 5 pain givers. That's it. Like, don't even bother with support roles. I could almost weigh that it will be an outstanding, I'm willing to gamble 70-30 odds that if your next module features a content that's just a pain giving race, it will score and be received far better than all the people you tick off or all the people you disappoint that choose to exclusively support. And even myself, I don't exclusively support anymore at all. Actually, it went down because Sentinels got crippled, and then it went down because you only tank with one thing most of the time. I just prefer to tank with the Justicar because that's the one that got the most TLC, right? Vanguard is still struggling with the same thing that the Sentinel is struggling with, but the Sentinel is struggling with all of it, not just one thing. So it's just a pecking order. You run around as a Sentinel for novelty. You run around as a Vanguard in case Justicar doesn't have enough durability for tank busting, for the tank busters. And then you most definitely just run around with a Swiss Army knife Justicar most of the time. So this may make it alright, but man, Minus 6% incoming damage doesn't produce any soft return on stripping the Sentinel of everything. So yeah, perhaps offering something like not inspiring bravado and not boasting takedown would be a great start. And replacing frustrating slash, because neutering sentinel slash, you might as well go full way. It's already full stop. It's like 80% there. You strip the Cryptic stripped everything from this. It's really weird that they would cut even 5 seconds from this, but you might as well replace this too. Replace this feat. Actually choose an AoE feat, you know, since this is Mighty Leap. I would suggest probably moving on the move over here and present a counter to a single targeting feat. In fact, I'd probably take this if on the move is on the left. What's another single targeting feat? A punishing charge. Wow. Bloodletting? I mean, that's okay. A blooding modifier or a punishing charge modifier? Probably punishing charge. It's high value. It's weird because you don't use any of these most of the time outside takedown. And then their choice was it generates more threat. Kind of. But let's not dwindle on that. That was last week's stuff. We'll see if there are any other changes later. So this week, let's see if there are any like fun dialogue and new planets to visit. Oh wait, I lied. I totally lied, because that invasion thing must have been the new thing, right? Oh no. No. There isn't a new milestone. Or is there? No, there isn't. So we're not going to hear anything, huh? No, never mind. Let's just swap out the audio. Alright, well, off to a mediocre-ish start so far. There are no comments other than the advanced trial. So I guess we're gonna complete our dailies, our weeklies, as quickly as possible, and then see if it's not too late in the day to hop into an advance. Okay, so let's get this going. And I don't run around as a sentinel anymore, because there's no way to crowd control. There's no way to move from place to place. I mean, it's not even crowd control, and it's just movement. It's the daily was to increase movement. That's the only incentive for using the daily. And single target, so that it can rival Vanguard. But since Cryptic's brilliant feedback was to remove it, then there's nothing else left. Like no crowd control, no single target. So we're gonna roll around as Blade Masters and use our tab mechanic called Unstoppable as opposed to Battle Rage, right? Because Unstoppable and Battle Rage are the same now. If you remove stamina reduction during Battle Rage, that might be interesting. Sorry, I just did the same thing. During Unstoppable. Alright, so let's turn in our... Yeah, you have to complete the milestone. That's probably the second one. Okay, so let's turn in our daily, which gives us our 3 new ones. Yeah, quickly. And then these are our weeklies from last week, which we carried because I didn't want to complete them. They don't refresh, but that's okay. So we're at 55, right? Because they only give 20, which is actually really stingy. So in terms of pacing, it's below average. Yeah, pacing is below average for sure. Something I didn't mention is that for last week is that when you do invasions, you can get currency that you have to spend the currency that's behind a weekly wall to get the astro piece of your choice. So you don't end up doing all that invasion and don't get that astro piece, the boots or the arms for functional stepping. You can still pick them up as consolation if you continue to do this, but I can tell you now the currency is doing a lot of invasions to the point where it is not going to be something I would recommend for someone's quality of life. It's on the level, it's on the disappointing scale of these things, the elite sigils. So the scaling is at even worse, in my opinion. In terms of the duration and the turnaround and what you have to do in repetition, it's on the level of the elite sigils, if not worse, I think. All right. So basically, the only thing we have available to us is try to complete a heroic encounter thing to get our other 20, which yes, we could try to do. Let's one of the downsides that I did not see, maybe it's because people are adapting to calls and whatnot. It's not very flexible. I don't usually expect people to be flexible about this because the vast majority of them are legacy players and they are specialists that only incline to habit formation. So we still need to change instances and then find the map. And largely over the week, the system, the way people call out heroic encounters have largely been solidified by calling the planet, because each planet or each location, body, celestial body, has a name, just one encounter location. So then they just call out the planet or the asteroid. And we wait, because I kind of don't want to do the 3 a couple times. Good thing we migrate stuff, but next week it's gonna be long. But next week we'll have a milestone, so we're migrating the milestone. I'm not going to play the milestone stuff today. It still has that so my suggestion, and I'm still gonna hold to it, is that milestones are at 50 increments, not 200, not 100, because you're constantly placing your milestone at a part of diminished return. I think, in my opinion, this is kind of like ignorance is missed opportunity moment. The way this is designed is unintuitively scamming. And what I mean by that is you place a milestone at the end of a weekly haul, which then players will continue to complete available quests, new players, and they will unknowingly lose their marks. So it unknowingly get diminished returns. That's like offering a APR interest rate only to get telling the person that they would have to worry about it for less of a time, but ultimately earn less without telling them. So for me, I would say you can keep the weekly haul at 100, but all the milestones are shifted to 50. So the first milestone, you probably even skip the first milestone and put it at 150, 250, 350, 450, 650, and so on. So what happens is you're gonna have people who read your quest line, get excited about that quest line, and do not unknowingly lose the marks. It's a small detail because you can make the argument as a developer, it's like, it's like 12 or 18 marks, that's no big deal, right? It's 4 or 18 marks in Demon's Webs, like times 6, like whatever milestones you have. So you're multiplying all of that over your live service game, right? Like this used to be a thing, but that's because the weekly haul was scaling, right? So let's just start at North Dark. That's diminished return over and over again. That's actually to me, that is a part of the responsibility of the developer. That's a responsibility of the person who's holding the bag, who's paying out the rewards, who's distributing the stuff. That's not an ignorance is bliss kind of thing. In a way, it would be a very dark one. Like, oh yeah, you always lose marks at the end of every single week, because the vast majority of players will continue to do all the quests until they only see blue, in my opinion, blue exclamation marks. New players. I'm talking about the people you are, trying to recruit. Not elite players. I mean, elite players probably still do them, but I don't. So that's, again, reiterating for the 4th time in a row that maybe sometimes way back here I was going to do it on the one character, but then you just lose out. Now I'm just going to say whatever is on milestone 2 is attributed to the 3rd week, the following week. And I've set this for the last 3 modules. So if that's your intent, to always put your milestone at a point where there's no functionality in the marks, you might as well make the milestone quest with 0 marks. It's functionally the same. Especially when you're talking about live service. Live service players want to complete their things, but then they're rewarded by diminished return. That's a really counterintuitive thing, and I'm not even a person who operates on intuition. Like, I'm gonna hold this and just wait. So that's what we're gonna do today. So we don't evaluate. Today officially has no new content or no new writing or voice acting because of how this is functionally designed. But that's one big comment. Anyways, and yes, I'm still waiting on an HE because look at this. Like, you can't do anything about this. And can you solo complete things? Well, I could if I were a tank, but I don't. So I don't want to run around doing that. And because of what I like about this map, right? Because of what I enjoy about this map, the downside of not having a collective zone that has all the things, everyone's separated. So this is the downside of instant-based locations. You don't know if they're being completed or not. You don't happenstancely run by them to complete HEs. So your HE task, in my opinion, in this design, should be reduced by half. So instead of completing 3 HEs, you complete 2. Or maybe even 1 HE. Just complete 1. Like, there was a time when the requirements were complete 1 minor and 1 major. Even less than that, complete a minor or a major due to the separation, because you spend 3 times more time just waiting here hoping someone decide to bother calling or finding an invite or this. So a lot of the designs that I like about the content is working against the functionality of the game. In fact, I'm just gonna give up now and then just go ahead and clear instead. Clear like the repeatables. I'm gonna use my word that I've been using lately. It's an asinine approach to design. Today is obviously gonna be below average because unless a trial can make up for it, but I doubt it because I don't think we're gonna even get into one. And we're gonna do healing because so we're gonna do it on the paladin, since like my commentary on the support forward set, in my opinion, means that it's largely irrelevant to the others, because more damage mitigation for a sentinel. Hooray! That's exactly what are you mitigating if nothing's hitting you? So it's 15. $15 each round. We're at 55. So we have to do this 3 times in a row. 4 times because we want to migrate as well. And these appear to be unique, so that's pretty unfortunate too. Yes, that is very unfortunate that these were made unique. Not too bad though. One thing that lends to the benefit is that these things are small regions. They're kind of small, I guess. Because they're small, it's not too bad in travel time. I like this though. I like this quite a lot. It just works against knowing where people are. And it reduces happenstance encounters, which HE is just that. You're reliant on happenstance. Hmm. Wrong way. That was a rubber band from mob loading. Oh, I guess another thing worth noting. Another thing worth noting is there is a very carry allegedly carried bug for some of the HEs. For those who have been doing the HEs, it's very apparent. I'm clearly not doing the HEs because it's waiting when you can be consistently doing something is not my jam. Like choosing to wait opportunistically, I don't typically favor that. Okay. Let's see the cutscene every time. You don't see it because I'm holding escape. 3 in the hatch, that's 15. 3 more. Off we go. In terms of repetition, it's pretty repetitious. Oh, and the thing from last week, which will carry over here, aberration essence. That's apparently through the grapevine of zone chat and complaining. They are reduced. They are reduced in drops. And has still apparently persistently remain in reduced drops. So there's that too. And since they're a kill thing, right? Did I get credit for that? Okay, I do. Since they're unique, which is in my arguably a disagreeable design, you switch instances. So pretty much all of them, all of the current dailies, like half the dailies or half the repeatables are non-unique. So that guy, when I saw 2 players, I'm out. So it's a big step down from last mod. Whoever designed it that way took a step back. Perhaps they rotated someone who has different priorities. That's understandable, I suppose. Most of the things in this, most of the thing so far, the way this is designed is anti-community. You want to be away from people, not with people. Which, if that's the goal, fair enough. Achieved. How to be anti-community. Reduce the number of tanks. Which they did. Not, it's probably insignificant. Because the specific tank we're talking about is Sentinels. Actually, could make a counter argument that the number of tanks didn't decrease because those tanks would just hopefully have a paladin sitting around or something, like myself. So the number of the effective number of tanks didn't go down. It's just like the overall number of tanks didn't go down. Just the number of sentinels, which may be insignificant again, relatively speaking. When something's overperforming, I would love to see data that suggests it is overperforming. As in, not data of its functionality and its effectiveness, but data in how many people are playing it. That is, sampling is how you design, in my opinion, motivate design in development, in game development, not the other way around. So if there were like 2 sentinels that are overperforming versus 100 Justicars, addressing the 2 people's sentinels overperformance is irrational. And I would probably argue there are still fewer sentinels than there are Justicars before the change. Now there just aren't any. Oh, we'll have to test that. Because now I'm just healing most of the time in random queues. Oh, and this is still bugged. That's right. This guy's permanently stuck in the wall. So there's that too. I keep forgetting about that. I mean, technically, I only forgot it once because this is week 2. It's pretty unbelievable, in my opinion, still to this day, that there are so many running examples of what balance, how data is used to provide points of balance or weakness in design, or maybe overcompensation in design by using population data. So like in a fighting game, when a specific character is overrepresented with use, that's when it raises an alarm to adjust something and then evaluate something. But instead, somehow in a brilliant mind, there's this like canvassing for things that are taken out of context. So when there are specific players that are doing incredibly well, then the obvious thing is to base your development and balancing around those who are exceptional, as opposed to prioritizing the highest concern by population. So there are things like HEs not working that have higher player impact, but instead of addressing the higher player impact, you address certain things like nerfing a tank. Nerfing a tank that is already underused because of someone's principles regarding desirable rates as opposed to usage. If you have a very good car, if you offer an incredibly good car, but no one's buying already, making it even worse, a worse value, is probably not going to get you to sell more cars. Red pandas in the what? In the back. No idea. Oh, you mean in the profile pic? Oops. Right. Forgot. Avalanche deals damage while you're in the air. You're actually not immune. Oh, these? Yeah, these are red pandas. Gifts have an interesting story behind them. I'm not sure if that's going to change either. The idea that you're not immune to damage when you're in avalanche. You might be thinking, like, what do you mean immune? Well, it says avoid most damage and crowd effects for 5 seconds. Those are your favorite? Nice. Me too. Or I like them a lot. I use them as a mascot. So quite special. Sentimental. The avalanche, you don't avoid damage. It just happens. It just happens after you land. And you're not immune to CC, like the vast majority of CC. Actually, I don't know if they addressed that. They addressed the tank thing, you know, the immunity, the tank immunity thing, but I'm not sure if they addressed how avalanche works. So what I mean by this is, if you're in avalanche, right, and then you're standing on red, the damage is not distributed to you until you land. But the moment you land, like say in the 5 seconds, you were in red for 5 seconds, and those things are executed, the moment you land, you get damaged by those. Whatever's stacked up. So you instantly die the moment you land. So you still want to be outside red when you're in avalanche. Might not be for all damage sources, but I can mostly confirm there are specific ones. But it could be intended, because it says most damage, right? Just like how it says for like CCs. So they are obligatory damage, but you don't know what they are. So in this case, ground effects can still hit you. Like these guys can still hit you while you're in avalanche. And they don't get CC'd by avalanche, it seems. Or at least I don't think it does. Like prevent them from doing that eruption attack. It's probably just timed and then cast passively. So when they channel, they're not channeling. That's the word I'm looking for. Hey, worm. Yeah, so they're not channeling that ability. They just cast it and just erupts after 5 seconds. So that's how I got blitzed. So the evasion thing isn't repeated either. The evasion quests. So the evasion must have been milestone 1. Maybe? I don't know. I didn't reach milestone 1 until the end, so I don't think so. Yeah, this is taking a while. Sure. Oh, another design disagreement. Again. So now dailies are grouped in 3s, right? Instead of pairs of 2. That decreases functionality of it. Because now you can't carry 2 with an average of 1 carry. You can be down 2. So say it refreshes every 3, right? You can end up with 1 left out. So you either have to drop that one, like turn that one in and to carry 3 each time. It's less flexible than having 2 NPCs offering 2 repeatables that refresh every 2 completions, like when you turn them in. So larger sets mean lower flexibility. So since these repeatables come in 3s, it's actually lower flexibility in the beginning. And that's, I mean, is it noticeable? Well, you do it a lot, right? So every time you do it, like on a daily, or not really on a daily, on a weekly basis, it still adds up over time. So if this is the design they choose for the next module and the following module, well, you multiply that by 10 if they keep the 10 week thing. So instead of having 2 NPCs just like a placeholder, separating 2 and 1, or 1 each, which is what they used to do actually, which is just 1 each. I can kind of see a reason for that, but that's also a developer's design flaw. And what I mean by that is, if they only choose 1 NPC before the refresh for each task, most likely the fastest task will be the one that is constantly used. And I would agree that's probably what I would end up doing. After I do them once, I would find the fastest task and I'll repeat the fastest task. So yeah, that could reduce the value of your content. But what does that say about the value of your content if the vast majority of people are looking the fastest route? So like right now, it lines up exactly 15, right? So now I can carry 3 over next time. But if that was 90, I would turn in all 3, so I can do 3 to carry over to next week. Because for me, emotionally, not intellectually, emotionally, I would want to migrate the most currency over to next week to reduce the load up front. Since I am very healthy and active during this period of time, emotionally it would be a bonus. So it's a little psychology thing that can help some people, right? You do certain tasks that you know you'll have to do when you're in the best state of mind emotionally. So I generally migrate as much a bootstrapping, lack of, lack of new things to evaluate when I'm doing it. I don't save it or wait for a time that I don't want to do it. So I always pick the first available time. So in this case, I've already reached 100, which is the milestone. So I don't get anything else. I'm going to do it here because I am in the mindset already. So sooner rather than later. That's a little different between procrastination, right? A lot of times, this is a great segue to differentiating the difference between planned, intentful delay of action, or planning appropriate time to do something versus procrastinating. So if you plan something to do at last minute, it's different than doing it last minute because you don't want to. So the biggest notable difference is when you procrastinate, it means you don't want to do it now and you don't want to do it then, right? You're anticipating you don't want to do it then or ever. When I was in school, I used to use that same term where like, oh yeah, I procrastinate, but the criteria, the short-sightedness of that statement is I gave people the incorrect impression that I don't want to do it at all. I procrastinate because most people think procrastination deals with doing the thing last minute. But what I was trying to say when I said procrastination is that I plan on doing it last minute. So rarely do I ever have trouble like getting good grades or getting the project done because I plan to do it then. I find out how much time I need to do it, what I need to do, and by the time that comes up, I know how long it'll take and when I'm going to complete it. So it might look like procrastination, but it's being efficient with time. I don't want to worry about something if I know I can get it done last minute. It's different between I don't want to do this, I don't know how long, I'm just going to push it off. And I'm going to keep pushing it off until I have to do it. That's procrastination. So then, like from my teens into my 20s, it became planned procrastination or active procrastination. But then I started evolving like a new way of interpreting it, and usually it just means it's just planning. Like it's no longer a thing where it's associated with the euphemism of procrastinating. I schedule when I want to do things, and this is kind of why live service games are interesting, at least for me, from a psychological standpoint. As in, when I hear how people fall into habits, right? How you develop habits and how live service promotes habit formation. It's always, in my opinion, it's always interesting to hear the story of how much people actually pay attention to why they feel like they have to do certain things at certain times, and how do they combat like FOMO, how do they rationalize things when they have a lapse of judgment, right? When their habit breaks down every once in a while, because habits are not constitutive, as in you don't have 100% compliance to a habit. It just has a high frequency of success or occurring, I guess. Some people might not think habits have success ratios. They compartmentalize habits into grinding. So what I mean by that is when a habit happens, over time it became a habit, so it becomes less rewarding. And when it becomes less rewarding, you no longer find aptitude in it. So like when I go out to run for the 374th time in a row today, I still remind myself that it is 374 days of running. And that's glorious, because every day is still a day of running, as opposed to well, I guess I might as well get my morning run out. It's, you know, it's not that big a deal anymore. I've done it 73 times before. That's what I mean. So this is kind of like that. Every week I do things knowing that I'm ready to do them, and I'm going to do them as actively as I can. And then when I'm not active, well, those are the days that I don't have a lot to do because I've already done everything that I must do, whether out of habit or obligation. And I think that's the type of mindset that has not been emphasized for explaining why you want to do things on schedule, or why you want to commit to things early or distribute the workload. Like a lot of times what this comes off as is a lesson in time management. So it's always that in my opinion, when you're trying to express it to someone younger, right? 100 Astral Diamonds. When you try to express someone, try to connect to a younger person emotionally on how to properly exercise time management, they usually focus on the pragmatic approach, like the pragmatic angle like, oh, well, if you finish now, you don't have to worry about it later. It's like, but it's a pragmatic, like logical way of compartmentalizing what their emotional motivation is. So to better connect with them, it's like, hey, I know it sucks now, but if you feel good, you can do some of it. Until you don't feel good, then you stop. So then tomorrow, if you feel good and you have some excess energy left, do a little bit more, right? Or like do more of it. And eventually you might know that every time you do something, you're always in a good mood in doing it. What happens? You have begin to condition yourself to feel good when you're doing that activity. So eventually, I also assume they value future more than present, which is usually now. Yes. Usually not how kids. Yes, because kids don't have the hindsight for future. You must stay present, right? Actualizing the stuff. They don't have enough experience. The younger you become, the less your foresight is. But emotionally, you can get them to focus on present while worrying about while benefiting the future. So like it's a ignorance is bliss kind of thing. So when you're younger, you want to encourage the kids to live in the moment, because that's where their mindset is. They can't be worldly if they didn't live long enough to be worldly. So this approach is far more resilient, as in, how are you feeling today? You wanna hit the library and read a book with me or something? Like, okay. And then they'll do it for like 10 minutes. It's like, oh, now it's boring. Let's go out and play. It's like, all right, sure. And then the next day it's like, how are you feeling now? Like, I'm not feeling about, low in energy. So, all right, well, let's go out and play instead, right? So the idea is you're associating proactive states of mind with the habit you're trying to form. You're not trying to associate negative emotions with something you may suggest to a kid to form. So, for example, how do you get a kid to do homework? Well, you get them to do homework when they can spare energy to do homework, right? But you might be saying, well, kids never want to do homework. Then you have other problems here. Are you suggesting the kid is never happy? There's other problems. If the kid is struggling to have any semblance of open-mindedness to new habits, it means there's other things struggling with the kid, as in they don't have the feeling of excess time or taking on challenges. When you take on a challenge, you have to be ready for that challenge mentally. If you challenge someone and they're not ready for it, well, it's going to progressively get harder and give you diminished return. Video games circumvents that quite a bit, because they are ready to play the video game. So when the video game offers a challenge, they are in the mindset of being ready for the challenge. And that forms a reinforcement habit. So the reinforcement of the challenge is associated with the feeling that they're excited or they're waiting in anticipation for the reward. That stuff is proactive. So when you're doing a homework, getting someone to do work when they are appropriately ready for work and form a habit that creates sentimentalism. And once you get over the hump of the sentimentalism, you'll find that you engage in the habit as a form of comfort and catharsis. So even work can feel energizing over time because it provides the reward, and you're relying on the reward now for the habit, no longer the entry. So you can love something when you don't, because you can combine them.
I mean, ideally, if you love something, it's a low entry, and you form a habit, that's awesome. The double edge to that is if you love something, over time, it will diminish in return. So you have to adjust to that too, right? So passion wanes. You have to develop the skills in the reverse. You have to develop the skills to make it a long-lasting habit. But we're usually talking about the other way, which is to get yourself to do something that you don't want to do. And all of this is relevant because live service games effectively have that. And that's the same as this design here. When we're talking about kids, you don't have to literally be a kid to experience a lack of valuation of future or hindsight. You can be you could be a 60-year-old and still get scammed off of a knowledge block, right? A knowledge check, like I don't know, a mutual fund that gives a diminished return that really all they're doing is extending the payments so far that they end up spending less and earning more from the client without their knowledge, right? This is the same, where you constantly design something that isn't giving the full value of the design you have at the expense of the ignorance of the player. In my opinion, is okay, I guess. If you make the argument ignorance is bliss, it's not a big deal, it's just a small thing, that's fair. As a developer, as a creator, I would love my things to be neatly non-diminished because, I don't know, I enjoy it. But for whatever it is, those are my morals, right? Those are my code of ethics or whatnot, and I can't read into the developers. It's clearly not a thing among the developers that have done the last 4. And it's probably low priority, obviously, because it's been over a year and it still does this. Are they morally unjust or corrupt or not? Not really. These could be just oversights, just like kids, right? Your experience codes how attentive you are to this. And for me, I'm a very, very prominent, for my personal experiences, I'm a very prominent person who likes to get people to focus on the present while I think of things they look for in developing things for the future. So this type of design wouldn't happen, in my opinion. Like, if I were deciding on things, I would most definitely try to mitigate diminished return. And by happenstance. Like, if no one is complaining about a problem, I still want to do something to prevent it. So I'm thinking future, right? I'm being preventive, not just active in the present, but both is the answer. It is great to be future seeking and present focusing and learning from past. It's all of it. What this is telling me is there are things about their design and design language is not focused on future stuff. That's fine if that's their intent, in my opinion. So things like my commentary about their design on how they're stepping their gear to bridge the skill gap between it. For the longest time, it's not future seeking because you keep the developers constantly they have passion, they care about their game, and they develop. I say that because they don't make content if they don't care, right? So they keep making things that are very traditional, like trials and dungeons that deal with the trinity, tanks, healers, and DPS. Their model is not future seeking to support that. Like, gear is not used to support their design. So you're assuming that the population is always the same. You're assuming your population always think the same and that your game is selecting for the same type of people. Well, if they are, then this game won't grow. Because right now, the trending things are not the things your game provides. So you have to accept that and design around it, in my opinion, if you want to stick to the guns, right? If you're sticking to your guns about having healers and tanks and pain givers, and then healing is solo and tank is solo, then you have to be, in my opinion, anticipating a little bit of designing things that support that. Well, week 1, take away the overperforming mechanic, because you traditionally traditionally in MMORPGs, things that are overperforming by their metrics in isolation should generally be scaled down to a standard. So like, for example, AP needs to be generated in a standard rate. So they want to normalize that. That's fair. That's a very traditional approach to RPG balancing. You run a live service game. How many people are even using that? Did you poll? Is there data showing that 99% of tanks are running sentinels because of this one mechanic that's possible, and that's what makes them overperforming? So you want to distribute and balance the usage? Because this is a live service game. You're running on population. That's your last metric. Fighting games don't tweak things because it's overperforming based on some compartmentalized mechanics. It's overperforming because everyone's using it. Like, you're playing the population. So, in my opinion, how development cycles go and development reception should be on, I would highly encourage at least to include, not like exclusively, just include, one of the major driving forces is sampling size. So if there's a loud few minorities that say, oh my gosh, this is so close to the advanced, I might as well just do the advanced trials and never bother with masters, that's telling you something. If 80% of your population rather just do the masters because it's like, meh, it's so diminished, that's telling you something about your design. You can continue making this and pretending like that sampling doesn't exist. That's sticking to your guns, and that's fair. So if the developer communicates that, then you're not going to get a misinterpretation or conflict of interest over time. Like, over time, people will be like, oh yeah, okay, the developer really wants this. I understand. That's why I'm still here playing this game, right? Instead of being led falsely into a false sense of security with inconsistencies and things that like, like, we like it this way. It's like, okay, well, be aware that you don't communicate to your end user, which I'm an end user, so I have no connection with the developers anymore and whatnot. So I can't make any commentary on what their actual thought is. This design would support increasing support players overall. Like, if the sampling is going to be real, if you were like sampling, I would argue that Defense of the Moon Dancer Advance would probably be arguably their most active trial to date, only because of the way it's designed. And that's telling, especially because now it includes most of the tanks and healers by default, because the tank and healer wants to get in on this, right? It'd probably be easier to create this group and stuff. And why is that important? Well, you have more playtesters now. Like, they release these things on preview and allow the test, but generally speaking, the preview only represents the elite class. They don't represent the commentary and feedback that's necessary to help the game grow. I mean, that's the trade-off. You want good players to test how difficult your stuff is? Yeah, that's the ceiling test. You're going to get diminished returns. So you expend all your resources getting commentary from the elite class. Well, and then if you release it and you get largely lukewarm reception, then you should expect that, because you only get feedback from a small minority population. If it's your majority population, then what would be the outcome that would be expected? It's like, well, we think these people are our majority. Well, when you release this, you're probably, all the people would say it's really good. Did that happen? It didn't. So clearly they're not. Whether you have population statistics or not, and you're tracking all the player data and whatnot, the outcome doesn't fit your current model of testing. So there's also that. So it's nice to check, you know, your ego and your morals and ethics at the door. I didn't even offer a counter thing because I don't like moral grandstanding or pride or arrogance. I kind of like something that's dynamic. Life is dynamic. Until I get too old to change, which I don't think I'll ever be, I do not moral grandstand because I don't hold to one principle for too long. Future changes things, so I like to stay fluid in my thinking. Anyways, that's just one character. We gotta do 2 more times before we try to find an advanced queue. I am hoping I don't need to DPS because I don't like pain giving in a trial. There's a reason why I don't like pain giving in a trial. Is because I don't like being the first. I don't like being collateral damage. I like being kept alive. For me, healing is usually my preferred position. Some may argue, oh, but they don't, you know, it doesn't feel like you make an impact. Like, agree to disagree, I suppose. If anyone says, here's a logic check, right? If anyone suggests, oh wait, this is a weekly. Oh, how come it didn't refresh early? Well, if anyone checked the door, when you look at your team profile, the most important roles are not the roles that have the most numbers. Just saying, like, it's absolutely illogical most of the time to assume that the most important role is the role you choose. It's usually the role that is rarest most of the time. You can make an argument like if it's exponentially less in value, then yeah, possibly. But generally, when you look at a player, there's one tank, one healer. Those are the essential roles. Like, no emotional baggage or anything. Just appealing to logic. If you had to gamble, just gambling in general, when you gamble, you think of odds, right? How many point of failures are in gambling? Well, if you choose one number at a roulette table, that's probably have the lowest odds, right? So if you knew nothing about the game, the lowest odds would be the rarest thing, which is the highest point of failure. So if you're looking at a party and you're saying pain giving is the reason why things are successful, there are 3 of them. No matter how emotional you are, I would say at least the logic is appreciable. That no, there are 3 points of failure for pain giver. There's one point of failure for a healer and a tank. So when you're designing something and you're trying to incentivize your challenge and stuff, you emphasize pain giving? Or what I mean is you incentivize pain giving and you're trying to increase the number to meet the demands. Like, yeah, I get that. But are you keeping track of your bottom line? Because if you don't offer TLC to your bottom line, it doesn't matter how efficient you are at retaining your pain givers. Your stubbornness to traditionalism can't be possible without effective tanking and healing. You could just remove everything though, so that's always an option. And I would love to see that happen, actually. Just have a dungeon that has 5 pain givers and give them like a orb mechanic or something that offers like a healing on cooldown. Something like that. Something to offset the lack of support. I just described a lot of other games that I play where there's no longer a support. There are no longer support roles. What is the most divisive live service type now, but incredibly popular? Hero shooters. What's the least most popular thing about hero shooters? The support role. So what do you prefer? A non-hero shooter. Because then everyone's responsibility is distributed. Is it fair to play a hero shooter? This is my favorite comment. Some people like talk about how unfair it is when they pick up a hero shooter. It's like, do you think hero shooters is fair? Like, do you think the roles are equal? I mean, you can focus on the outcome. Like, oh yeah, you know, a certain specific number of people play supports, a certain number of people play pain givers. So if only 10% of your player base plays support, then you have a fairness problem. Because if your goal is to have the correct ratio, right? Say your game supports 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 pain givers. Is that the frequency in your population that you're seeing? Is there 1 tank, 1 healer for every 3 pain givers? I am going to say absolutely 90% sure that is not the case in this game. So where's your TLC going? Well, your TLC is going to maintaining that ratio. Other games like Counter-Strike and stuff don't have to, because they don't have dedicated roles. It's equal responsibility. Operation thing. Just to provide dissonance, right? How a lot of times you see individuals who use experience as also a form of design choice, and I say yes and no. It really, is your experience applicable, and do you have the appropriate mindset to do so? If you design more pain-giving rewards, you get more pain-giving players. Where does that pool come from? Well, you're not growing as a game, so those tanks and healers become pain givers too. Like, why do we introduce pain-giving rewards and see our tanks and healers drop in population? It's like, well, they're probably one and the same. If you had growth, that would be a different story. So many things about like bug changes or like quote unquote balancing in this game do not reflect player population. And what do, you know, high vocal influencers use as a metric to make an argument for their point? They use population. Well, here's a counterplay. If you have the population data and you demonstrate that the population is actually not what they say, that's actually a common bridging point. It's far more convincing when you say something like, oh yeah, these rewards, we need more damage. It's like, well, here are the numbers. You don't need more damage, right? Because that's, or something about player population, more or less. Like, hey guys, like, who needs this stuff? Like, all this stuff is tanks and healer stuff. Like, well, guys, here's the breakdown of the frequency of tanks and healers. Does that convince you why there's more introduction of that in order to increase it? Because if you don't have players, you can make the best game in the world and still be unsuccessful. There are, I can speak from volumes, there are so many fantastic games that I've played over the course of my life, and because of their design, the way they communicate and the way they prioritize, it just didn't catch. Like, just didn't work. And what I mean is, the game received, it's kind of one of those like, why are fancy like artsy games unpopular? Well, what's the trend right now? Did they gauge population? Well, I can tell you those developers generally aren't upset, and they're not surprised by the idea that their game wasn't as popular. Right? There's an occasional time when you can have a developer who's like so out of touch with stuff. It's like, oh yeah, this is gonna be the best game ever, and then oversell and then fall short. That's a great one. But the ones that are really successful, like critically, they expect not to be incredibly popular. So let's use the reverse thing here. When someone says they're playing a pain giver in this game, they're like, dude, all this stuff is just like freaking tank gear. Like, who wants tank gear? Well, first of all, you did not demonstrate a capacity to understand why something is being done yet, let alone exercise a leap of logic to rationalize something beforehand. So, for example, if you are proposing that there's no need, right, for healer or tank gear, like, oh yeah, we need more pain-giving gear, like, gear has to get stronger. Like, okay, let's say that's true. The very first thing in scientific thinking or critical thinking is ask yourself, do you have an argument for the opposite? Is there a reason to introduce more support gear? What are those arguments? And your goal is to defend it as strong as you can, because if you can do that and you still feel compelled to agree to your original inclination, then no one can stop you, because it would be an incredibly strong argument, because you know all the counter arguments, especially the strongest counter arguments. And I basically just plugged my one principal thought, and that's null hypothesis testing, which is arguably the bane of all scientific experiments, in my opinion. It's the bane because it's very, very hard to convince yourself you are sound in no counter arguments when you're trying to discover something. When you discover something new, you know very little about it, and you're trying to characterize it as best as you can in anticipation for all the counter arguments. So, like, you're discovering something new. Well, the first null hypothesis when you discover something new is it new? Once you get over that, you have to convince how it's new, how it disagrees and agrees with other things in existence. That's a lot. It's so hard, it ends people's scientific careers. And what I mean by that is in both a good way and a bad way, sort of. So it provides so much pressure that it makes it feel like everything you do is unsure. So career pivot away because it's too complicated. Or you get so desperate you cut corners, or you accept to learn how to compromise, like, I don't know everything, this is the best I've got. So you accept confidence intervals and stuff. It's like, yeah, you know, I'm 95%. That's where I think is enough. Is that convincing enough to the you know, a group of my peers? It's up to them to decide. It's very rare that, first of all, the most common group is people who think they think rationally, but exercise no form of rational thinking. Like, rarely. That, I would say, that encompasses 40 to 50%. And then 20 to 30% have some form of formal education, who does exercise some form of level of critical thinking, but they misuse it. As in, they use it in an emotionally charged way that it can lead to even, presumably, even more dangerous conclusions. And then you're getting down to like the last 10%, which are individuals who make mistakes, but they're largely mitigated by their rational thinking. They still consistently make mistakes, though. Just to give you an idea of formal education, in the United States, they often track how many people who have higher levels of formal education. And I can give you a percentage, or like a decent percentage. In 2022, for holders of higher education, right, at least say where I am, of higher education, represents 0.003% of the United States population. To me, I was underestimating. I thought it was like 5%, like maybe. I think a lot of times I said 5%, maybe 1% sometimes. Like, I include myself in that somewhere, but I want to feel like I want to connect with the other 90+% of people in a way of thinking and mindsets. No, the 2022 numbers would suggest it's below 0.01%. Just to give you, you know, a framework of what the numbers are like. So, and I still consider myself as someone who do get swayed by emotional evaluations, you know, my human things, my human interests. I make mistakes all the time. I career pivots, all that other stuff. And I'm less than 0.01% when it comes to that particular parameter, in my opinion, I guess. Because I only took 2 numbers that they offered to disclose, so. Crazy. Crazy, man. Crazy. It's crazy when you think of population statistics. When you're building a game, right? If you're designing a game, you're running a live service model, your pool is the entire population. So I would argue that it would probably be very great to include someone who's like an epidemiologist or background or something that deals and handles with population statistics on a normal basis to inform not just publication and money, which typically a lot of people think of it that way, but also design choices and feedback. Feedback is based on population. So if you choose to only listen to specific feedback, you choose to get feedback only in a certain way, then you can do just as much harm to whatever your career interests are than not. Or generate indifference or all that other stuff, right? That's the extent of video games. The attraction of how much you can, like the top, like how much you can benefit from video games, like making video games as a person, career-wise, and all that stuff. It's parodied by the potential of how much worse you can get as well. So, you can make a lot of friends. You can also make a lot of enemies. Not that usually, at least developer groups or publisher groups at least have that in mind, right? They have experts that handle that, or their preferred experts that handle that. So it is a little bit compartmentalized. But to me, I just feel it's very obvious, in my opinion, my humble opinion. It can be very obvious sometimes, not all the time. Even rare most of the time. I'm not confident enough to say it's obvious all the time, or most of the time. Even sometimes when you have a long record of design choices, it becomes fairly obvious that there isn't an expert on population statistics and someone who's in touch with that population. And that's usually a reflection of the leadership. That's usually a leadership position. It's also why CEOs get paid a lot of money. And COOs, which is internal. So COOs is internal for like the management of employees, and then CEO is on the outside, right? So that's what makes great producers great producers. That's also why most end users are not CEOs. You do sacrifice a lot for being in a leadership position. Like having the time to play the thing you make. That's kind of a fun little side argument. When someone says, man, these guys, they make such a popular game. Do they even play their own game? They make changes like they never played their own game. Do you think they have time? I mean, I can argue if they're making time to play, they're also making that's also come at a sacrifice of making time to prioritize the features they understand about the population. So it's a trade-off. I mean, in an ideal world, the answer is both. Have time to play the game they like and hang out with hang out with everyone and stuff. But the moment you open your trap, right? The moment you go around condemning someone, ask yourself first, what is the null hypothesis? What are your assumptions? What are your axioms, right? Or axias? What are you presuming? Like, oh yeah, all these people, they don't ever even play test their game. Like, well, okay. So let's make the assumption they don't play their test. They don't play test their game. What are the conditions that would allow you to believe that? Now prove the opposite. Prove that the opposite is not true. If you can, then I will most, at least for myself, I will most assuredly agree with you. Even if you're a stranger. No credibility check needed if your argument is sound. Here's a funny thing, which a lot of people don't actually agree. I would say I have a minority voice because I believe in the human race most of the time. Is that if you're presenting a sound argument, generally speaking, even your opinion becomes provocatively ironclad. Because I believe that most humans, when you present a sound argument that involves proper null hypothesis testing, it is unequivocally convincing. So you have less conflict of interest. Why is that? Because generally, when you're null hypothesis testing, in your argument and your defense for your opinion, it includes as many opinions that would be opposing to you at the same time. What I described is scientific thinking. Not the stuff that, in my opinion, say, this is what the research says. That is not scientific thinking. That is taking data, fishing for data, and using it irrationally. Like, oh, let me paint a wonderful narrative for you. Here are all the data that supports my opinion. That's irrational. You didn't address anything. You didn't even address the shortcomings of your things. No attention to counter arguments. I mean, yes, it makes great for a YouTube video, right? Because a YouTube video wants to stay focused on a specific task, but it is very much possible to address many of the concerns and arguments all at the same time while presenting a coherent narrative. Is it easy? Absolutely not. Is it worth it? Can't answer that. To me, the answer is yes. To anyone else who needs to make a living and have to work specific time, have to get those views, and it's dependent on the algorithm, no, it's not worth it. And I just did it right there. I said, yes, it's always worth it to me, but I'm representing more than just my perspective. It is absolutely not worth it if it's impractical, unscalable, and doesn't get views. Right? There are a lot of things that can make what I said unreasonably impractical. So it's an acknowledgement of the shortcomings and alternative counter arguments. You can present many, many opinions like that without alienating people. And that's what tests how strong your argument is and how perceivably how scientific you are, in my opinion. So the next time, this is a fun experiment, the next time you try to let's say you try to convince someone to do something you want to do, Just, you can take an account of how many counter arguments, how many times someone counter argues you, or begs to differ, or comes up with a new idea even to add to yours. That's something you didn't think about. And that's a great way to actively find incentivize in discussion, because if someone has to argue with me, then that means it's something I didn't think about. And if I didn't think about it, it means I got a chance to milk this person for the other counter argument. It's informative. It's work I don't have to do, right? Because someone else is doing it for me. So arguments aren't necessarily a net negative response. If someone's arguing for you, they're doing the work for you. They're presenting their case and all that stuff, and it will lead to more work from your side. But what that means is you have more work to do. Now you have more ideas. That's at least my little romantic way of spinning it. Obviously, this is making the assumption that you have the energy, the time, and the resource to do so. So no, I don't argue a lot. I have a lot of discussions. Most people argue with me. I generally discuss with them, because the more they argue with me, the less work I have to do. That's how you get a PhD, in my opinion. If you want to be a person who wants a PhD and you want to be happy as you're going through the PhD, you have to learn that criticism is people doing the work for you, not the other way around. So you want to go and be criticized. You want to go into a lab meeting getting feedback from other people. You want them to tear apart your experiment, because when it counts, they're doing a lot of work for you. They're telling you all the perspectives that you don't have to go out and look for. So the idea is you want to recruit all the experts that you can possibly have, like all your competition, and you want them to ream you because you're stealing their ideas. Stealing as in like you're appropriating their ideas so that your idea becomes stronger. That's what peer review is in its essence, in its pure essence. That's what scientific peer review means, in my opinion. And that's how you get to a PhD. Because if you believe that criticism is bad, it keeps you from your career, it makes you weaker, it's going to get in the way, then you won't make it. Because you will lose any semblance of the value of criticism. You cannot appropriate criticism to your advantage. It's a big life lesson, but it's a life lesson that is optional, in my opinion. It's very optional. As in, there are many people who are in careers, non-leadership positions, no critical thinking, no incredible problem solving. Someone else is problem solving for them. It's not necessary. It's just a fun little thing for anyone who's interested in being a critical thinker or someone who solves other people's problems and whatnot. That's the type of mind that I'm talking about. To me, that is what, when someone says they are intellectual, they're open-minded, and they can think critically, what I describe is what I'm looking for. And more. If you supersede what I just described and blow my mind, you are the epitome, like something that I want to strive to be. So when someone comes around and blows my mind with how they can flex beyond my capacity, then that's something to be admired. It's not to say that that's the only thing to get my admiration. It's been so long in the medium that I've choose to spend most of my time to encounter someone like that. And I should know and accept that it would be a rare encounter, because this medium doesn't require that skill at all. Like, what I mean is, to make an effective, popular video game that sells well, have rave reviews, a thriving community, doesn't require the skill I just described. So when I'm making these videos and talking about these commentaries, it's really optional. It doesn't stop you from trial and erroring. You can throw a Hail Mary on a novel idea and it probably stick. When I consume things, I just don't do it with that type of mindset, because I need to think about where I invest my energy. My energy is clearly not playing this game, right? Like, that's a low bar for me. I'm not trying to I have to make sure I'm not throwing shade at those who passionately love video games and playing video games, like the visceral response. I just don't have that emotional motivation. So that to them, it could be really worth being in the moment. To me, the act of playing a video game is like 10%. It's so minimal. Like, beat a Souls game mechanically, that's very minimal. I would sit there. It would take me more than my waking cycle to be exhausted. So if I were doing just beating Souls game, there's not enough time in my waking cycle to get enough reward from that. So I need more. So what I do is I find the intellectual benefit of understanding FromSoft's design. What is it about FromSoft's design that reflects so popularly in a niche group? Yes, FromSoft still has a niche group. If you take into population statistics, FromSoft still has a relatively popular game series, right? But that's relative. It's nowhere in the magnitude of games that appeal to a larger audience. It's still awfully specific. For a very popular game, it's impressive, actually. It's incredibly impressive how many people play their games, even then, with their developmental, like the way their design language. So that's cool. And that part makes it even more exciting to play games. So what I mean is, if a game is exactly the same mechanically, which later on, if I have time, if I don't ramble too much on this to fill the time, I will play such a game. RGG, Like a Dragon people, are an example of that. Like, it's just, you can enjoy a game that arguably for any pragmatic metric is like 60 to 70% the same fundamentally when it comes to mechanics, but you learn to value so many things beyond mechanics. Like when you ask yourself, man, if you ever sit here and say, oh, here's another Call of Duty game, right? And then you actually look, man, this game got reviewed so terribly. Why does it still sell 5 million things? 5 million copies or something in day one or something like that. I'm only saying Call of Duty because it was a recent title, right? Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Regardless. So what is it? And that's what's interesting. Habit formation, behavior, motivation, population statistics. That's kind of what CEOs do of publication. Like, that's what their focus is on. So why do developers still need or take deals from publishers? Because publishers, experts compartmentalize that aspect. They're talking about how to make money, right? Motivations of how to sell something and whatnot. But here we are still talking about end users who spend most of their time at the micro level making commentary on how publishers are ruining a franchise or ruining their series or ruining their game. It's very relevant because whenever a game makes a change, that's the vocal minority will probably have that comment. I emotionally deal with it because I like new things. That's generally my thing. So emotionally, it's rarely ever, if a change is there, at first it feels bad. Like, for sure. What I mean, like, I'm human too. So I have a fear, anxiety of change. So like the whole Sentinel thing right here. It took me that one day to get over it. As in, if I have to play it, I'll have to play it, etc. And then there's, you know, what's done is done. That's pretty much it. And now I can talk about it freely without the baggage of emotional malice or cloudedness, right? So now when I'm talking about populations and making a counter argument to why they would do it, my offer is that I argue there weren't many Sentinels to begin with, right? And I offer them the communication that they demonstrate that there were more Sentinels than every, like, even specific pain givers or something. It's like, it's incredibly popular. And that is a logical reason to change the mechanic because it's overperforming. If it isn't overperforming, like if they allegedly it's overperforming, then Sentinels have to outperform their competition. Are they? Right? First, are they? If they're not, then the axiom, the premise for their adjustment is flawed. They could say, we don't like AP to be gained easily, then that's fair. Like, if they clearly voice, like, AP should come less, that's our only priority. Alright. Then you set yourself up for a different criticism, right? Because now you clearly voice AP should be gained separately. Okay, well now go and standardize and nerf or buff every single other AP class. Like every other Paragon requires that same TLC. As you compartmentalize a specific element. To me, as a scientific person, like as a way of thinking of design, I would probably get more specific than that. I would say something like, okay, we think Sentinels are overperforming in AP gain solely distributed into one action. So now it's easy to prove that, right? It's easier to prove that. And then the counter argument has to specifically address only those things. So it is worth, in my opinion, like logically speaking, and from a quality argument specifically, being specific is great. It helps focus you. However, in this case, they are also creating changes that they believe, or they're communicating that believe that are to be healthy in balancing the game, right? Balancing the game and whatnot. So what does a balanced game look like? Well, your population should be distributed normally, like a normal distribution. Is it normally distributed? Well, I can almost assert that my first challenge to the developers is to demonstrate that there are more Sentinels than there are Justicars and Vanguards. That would be the first premise to be cleared. If there are 2 Sentinels and you make an adjustment to Sentinels and now there are 1 Sentinel, You just spent an entire developmental cycle on diminished return, and you didn't address the problem that you actually had. That's my 2 cents on that. And I welcome the counter argument because if there is one, that's great. Like, it's actually a pleasant surprise. It would be a very pleasant surprise. So they just come out and say, no. Actually, the vast majority of tanks are sentinels. It's like, are you capping me? Nah, you don't want to cap me. That's not worth it, right? Like, okay, I believe you. Like, consider me well adjusted because I'm willing, and that only helps me because they did the work for me, right? That's a criticism. They did the work for me, and now I know I could do Sentinel stuff because there are more Sentinel players than Justicar and Vanguard. Maybe that's the reason why it's interesting or something. Anyways, you can always take a criticism and use it to your advantage, in my opinion. Fun times. Fun times. Okay. Now we're on our our fighter. Our fighter is starting with 22. My lord. We have to do this 6 times? Or 5 to 6 times? Alright. We're gonna find an instance with an invasion and just show you the invasion completion, I suppose. Which is actually very boring. Or very boring in the sense of it's designed that I want to do it the very boring way. Very uneventful way. If only I can switch instances. What instance? 13. Okay. Can't go there. Complete. Can't go there either. Like, here's an example of the disorganization. In instance 4, it's capped to all high heaven. And 4 people called for 4 different things in number 4. There's too few people to do 4 different things because all 4 of them are split thanks to the design of the map. I personally like the design of the map, but functionally it's not great. Nope. 6 is over, incredibly overbooked. Yep. 6 is calling for 3 separate things all at once. And there are 25 people there. $18. Another call for 18. Uh, 19. The person literally said plenty of space in 19. Yeah. The player are compensating for some choice design. I think I can get 25 from nope. I have to do 3 heroics. Not even 2. Couldn't even reduce it to 2. I get 40% from this, and I need 100%. So, I only have 40. I must have done a heroic encounter somewhere. within the last week. Party? Nah, no party. I'm anti-party here. By anti-party, I mean I'm next to the person. It's probably a group with a healer, that's fine. But they can also use the party space to get people into the instance over the cap. So if I'm already here, there's no, in my opinion, there's no pragmatic reason to be in a party. Other than maybe healing. But I'll just look out for myself. Functionally, you can get over the instance cap by using the party system, which has just been a legacy workaround for the instance cap. Like for this is one of the BHEs. So the only thing I'm going to do, because I'm a really big pep, is, oh, I guess we have to clear these guys first. Do I want to though? Yeah, okay. I'll show you what I do most of the time, because there's plenty of pain givers in this world who likes to prefer to press buttons all the time. So for me, I'm just gonna stand in this circle that's gonna come up, and that's all I do. I just stand in the circle. If you ever play Overwatch, I'm the guy who's standing on the payload and just observing what my teammates are doing, or what the enemy team is doing. Doing this for the 100th time doesn't give me a lot of rewards, so I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna have a snack here. A very toxic person would probably say like, dude, why are you being such a parasite? Why don't you go and help them clear the thing? It's like, well, in this case, it actually doesn't matter. So that's a moot point. If you don't stand on this, it doesn't advance the thing. I could be a tank, like a sentinel, right? And everyone stops attacking, and all I do is kite the mobs around. And it would be less work for everyone else. So if you're gonna argue with me about being a parasite and not understanding efficiency, if I was a leader, right, of this group, of this crazy group, everyone would stop doing anything. They would AFK, except for one healer who will put a hot on me, and I'll run around in circles. That's it. Like, the mobs will stop spawning, more or less. I just stand in these circles because it takes a while to drain the energy. Hey, Kragus. Just like that other guy. The other guy's a tank, probably. Or a fighter. It's either a tank or a fighter. Because they have a shield. The guy in the other green circle. I mean, could be a Justicar. Justicar, Dreadnought, or Vanguard. I'm doing pretty well, Ragus. How are you doing? I'm completing a quest right now. Oh, dang it. I didn't move in time. I'm enjoying some Taiwanese pork buns, I suppose. Oh. Are you good now? Are you on the men's? It is that season, huh? Oh no. Do you usually have a lot of nausea with your flu? Ugh. Oh man, that must be bad. Did you also check if you have any other complications? Like, hopefully you don't have the COVID as well. I've read some concerning things about overlapping, right? Because if you're suffering from flu, you might have a compromised immune. Okay, okay, good. That's awesome. They got tested for COVID as well. It would be such a strain on an older person if you're positive for COVID and influenza. Well, hopefully your nausea goes away. Is it as bad as you remembered? I swear, when it comes to like nausea and vomiting, every time that happens, I always think, oh yeah, I remember how bad it was. It's like, man, it's been too long though. And then when it happens, it's like, death. Okay. Okay. Gotta find another heroic encounter. Or an invasion. I don't see any. Do you have anyone to help you when you're ill? I always worry about that. I think that's my first concern most of the time when someone tells me they're sick. Like, do you have anyone? Because I mean, as strong as anyone can be, it's always nice to have support. Your son? He's 9? Oh, what a trooper, man. You got yourself a little helper. There's still school though, right? Oh, whoops. I was supposed to go to wait. I was supposed to go to an invasion. Okay, so here's the glorious invasion. This is how you do an invasion. For basically anyone who prefers to play a tank or a healer, right? Alright. You go over here. You go to the first location. If someone's attacking the commander, which it does look like it, you still ignore them. Sorry for the debate. You take this, right? You pick up one chest. That's chest number 1, and that's commander number 1. I call it commander number 1 because it's the shortest distance from the entrance. And then we go to commander number 2's position. and the chest, which should be here. So you go here. And pick up this chest. The commander patrols pretty far out of this one. And you're done. You only need to pick up two chests to get the invasion credit. But there are 3 chests, so and we're gonna get knocked off. Yep. There's a 3rd chest. There are 3 moth. What are these called? Moth ships? Ship moths? It's moth something. It's the middle one. So you go to the middle one. Pick up the chest. 3rd one, and the 3rd commander is right there. The commanders are roughly on a 5-minute timer. No, 4-minute timer. 4-ish minutes. And then these chests are on a 5-minute timer. So what you do is now that you got all your chests, you're going to follow whatever group there is. Go to the commander, the high commanders. Kick their butts if you want. But always remember that your chest is going to be on a 5-minute timer. And there's roughly 14 minutes in invasion. So you can probably get 2 chests or 3 chests cycle. So you go back to like the first chest and you just sit there. If you're a person who basically are stuck in an instance where everyone's like confused, even it's not about having friends or having other people around. Since the map is subdivided into instances, you can't be guaranteed that there are actually people here. So unless you want to solo these guys. Personally, you know, if you're an elitist and DPS, you solo it. Very, very quicker than me, who I would prefer to be a tank and then just solo it too. It would take longer than 5 minutes. So inherently, if I start the high commander now, right this moment, I would be too late to go back to the original chests. And these chests and those commanders have the gear for the arm and the shoes, which actually saves you spending currency to get them in the first place. So there is some incentive to sit here for another 4 minutes and wait for it to spawn. I'm gonna say it's roughly 5 minutes. So like there's a group there. It's probably a commander. So what you do is you join in, right? And then you get 1 extra roll. That's about it. That's invasion. Invasion is this bar on the bottom here. It fills up. I think it's like every 30 minutes. It might be attached to the activity in the instance. Like if you clear HEs, the bar might increase higher. It's kind of a mix of the Avernus stuff. Kind of. So you get 5 more. It's like, that's great. And that's it. That's invasion. That's how you get credit. Last time being sick and vomiting was when I was deployed in Bosnia. Oh, dang. That's crazy. You were in Bosnia? How was it there? I mean, outside of the experience of throwing up, that's probably not an experience that... Not a very positive experience. So yeah. So here's the thing, right? You can get access to these things, these wonderful things. These two, or these two, you're looking for these, mostly. The arms and the boots. And whenever you have some spare time and you want to like read a great article or listen to a rant by an intelligent person per se, I don't know, maybe not intelligent, maybe someone who just likes ranting, and you want to sit here for the vast majority of 15 minutes, you can do this and get a chance. And it's very high efficient, low inputsy. 5 minutes have gone by, so you pick it up, and now they're all synced. One thing to note is when you go to a different instance with an invasion, the timer is cross instance. So you know, no matter what, have to wait for the cooldown. So even if you can't, like for instance, you can't just go to another instance right this moment and refresh the cooldown. It's universal. So you're stuck with one instance. So you can't instance hop. If someone calls out invasion and you switch that instance, the cooldowns are universal. And that's it. And you try to squeeze in 3 chests at most. You want to squeeze in 3 runs, so that's 9 chests, right? And 9 chests, it's pretty good. And that's how I got those 2 pieces. Actually, I got a lot more than those 2 pieces, but I don't know how many. It's just I was watching something else. I was watching Takeshi's Castle on Amazon Prime. Takeshi's Castle is a very historic show, and they brought it back after 34 years. So even before me, Takeshi's Castle is old, almost as old as I am when they first started production. But I saw Takeshi's Castle when I was a teen. It's a global international phenomenon when it was up before. It's a prelude to like things like The Amazing Race, or obstacle course running, Tough Mudders, Spartan races. It's pretty nice. So this is what I did, just to see what to do, right? Like the old EverQuest days, camping spawns, reading novels. Yep. You maximize, right? Here's a great extra like way to maximize. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna associate it with something I want to do, or maybe it's something I could do while I'm waiting, right? And then in the future, when you tell someone your stories about this, right, you're not the person that's like a 40-year-old 10 downs the town. Like another 5 years, I'm not gonna be a 40-year-old that says, remember that time when I just sat there and wasted my life? Like, well, no, I can tell you, when I was sitting here at this chess before, I told a story about the last time I didn't sit here and do just that. Right? It makes you feel nice about yourself. It gives a story about the next person, and it inspires the next person to do something. So when you think about this, it's like, well, what does this teach? It's like, well, it teaches a life lesson. It's like, wait a minute, video games teach life lessons? Well, it's a live service game. How do you survive in a live service game? Life lessons. One thing's for sure, when someone's there complaining about a mechanic that takes 15 minutes of sitting with minimum activity, and they said they literally did that, then require a little inspiration to how to maximize them. I tell stories now while I do this. So can you. If you don't have enough stories, you can, use these times to develop stories. Or contemplate about the meaning of life, I suppose. And for me, I think about the psychology about this. Like, right now, I could be brainstorming about, statistically, what proportion of players are doing this? Or doing something different? How many other different ways I can utilize this time? Besides sitting here and, ruminating about it. Yeah. And I can tell you that the people's fondness about games that are live service, and I would argue the earliest form of live service, are MMORPGs. And those who have the most fondest memories and whatnot equate to the stories they have from a live service, because that's the only legacy you have left in the long run. The legacy is not these, although very satisfying numbers and virtual things, is your legacy as what you learn from it. So in the old days, you know how some people say like, oh, World of Warcraft has gaming addiction and it's very dangerous. Like, well, it also has trade-offs. It teaches life lessons. Like, what are those life lessons? Like, well, if you have to ask, then you didn't do it, right? And if you know it, it doesn't help you learn it. So if you're asking already, then you probably didn't learn it. If you want to learn it, most certainly, then I'll tell you, right? If you're open mind to it, right? So for me, World of Warcraft is like, oh, what did World of Warcraft do? Well, it caused me to almost drop a 4.0 in college. But, you know, relatively speaking, I still managed. But it taught me a lot of other things. A lot of other things. Your experiences are what you make of them. You'd be surprised how interesting paint drying is. Or staring at paint dry. Heck, the last time I stared at paint dry, I was also reading a novel too. Because I mean, I had to... If I'm not going to stare at it and wait for the paint to dry, you sure as heck I'm going to pull up my favorite book or something, right? When I was like an edgy teenager, it was like, why would I do something I don't want to do during a time when I have nothing better to do or nothing to do at all? It's like, well, now as an adult, the first life lesson is, man, I'm healthy, I'm bored, I gotta do something. Even the stuff that I don't want to do, because I'm ready to do it. I'm so energy packed, I might as well. And fast forward 3 years, those things that I didn't want to do, I do habitually because I want to do them now. What is that? Work, research, critical thinking, solving people's problems, working on communication. Oh yeah, and exercise. Hey, Tony the Tiger. Someone named their tiger Tony. I just saw that. I think it's this one. This guy has a Cholton tiger named Tony. Well played. I still need to look for another PhD. And I'm here all about the life lessons. I still have so many more life lessons to look forward to, and so many more life lessons to share when the opportunity presents itself. We're not gonna force this, right? Yeah, downtime in games is something I miss. Used to use that time to learn exercise. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Nowadays, you gotta learn at maximum velocity. Now, all the learning stuff has to be prescribed to you. So it has to be a learning lesson from beginning to end. There's no repetition, there's no downtime, there's no refinement, there's no human input. It's all about full stop. When you start something, it's full stop. Always full stop. Otherwise, it's what I call, or what some people refer to as, I think it's a combination of two things: the hustle culture of the internet, and then maximalism. Like, maximalism is the GOAT now in the hustle culture of the internet. So everything has to be beginning and prescribed so you don't miss a beat. Ever. And just now, I believe there's a double edge to this, and there's a silver lining to this. That maximalism and that hustle culture is putting the stop to the internet now. Like, what I mean is, originally it didn't move fast enough, and now it moves too fast. So there's going to be a normalization. So things are slowing down. Things are becoming, there are models that are not popular now will be the standards of tomorrow. Live service is actually one of them. That's might be a very unpopular opinion now, but there was a time when the thing we love now was not normal. It was not normalized, right? How fast everything is, how you have to learn right quick or you get punished, right? It's going to change again. Like in the future, further distance future, live service will be something else. But right now, contrary to what most people believe, when it comes to the intellectual understanding of what is trending and what is popular, a lot of times the dialogue is the same, right? Like you're refractory to the change because it's a change of your lifestyle, and changing a lifestyle is hard. It's difficult. Then it becomes normalized. What's happening right now? Well, if you're asking yourself that all live service games are terrible, why are there so many of them? No hypothesis testing. Ask yourself, what enables someone to create more live service games? Well, there's a funding source. Who do you think is the funding source? The end user. So, as much as I perhaps like all the above, live service is here to stay. And one of the things, to connect back to what you just said, one of the things about live service is the way a successful live service game has normalized something is the idea of downtime, break time, repetitious nature, and then upkeep. So it goes through a forced learning process, the exercises, repetition, and then retrospection. So that whole period cycle is incredibly habit forming, whether you intellectually think you like it or not, or emotionally think you like it or not. It's the most habitual forming thing. What's a great example of a time before this? YouTube, the algorithm. Consensus converging based search engine convenience. Back in the day, people like to be surprised and not have the answer and have answers that might not be accurate. Right? So, just another phase in human optimization, I suppose. But in this case, this is a majority voice, I'm saying. So, the ones that have the minority voice are those individuals who are the loudest. And you might be thinking, man, but it feels like everyone hates this live service game. Like everyone willing to share their voice. I can guarantee you a lot of times, in most cases, the largest majority, non-vocal majority, are those who have nothing to complain. And if that model persists and continue to expand and proliferate, then you are the minority voice. Just like myself. When I constantly find that I'm the only one that is saying certain things, then I'm probably the minority voice. But in this case, I don't say anything about the things that make me the majority voice, right? Because that's not the provocative nature of a streaming platform. Yeah. What is a common thing to say? Lots of people find it manageable, habit forming, develop a lifestyle around it. And lifestyle can be a love-hate relationship, a love-love relationship, an apathetic relationship. What is absolutely paramount is that live service is the most frequent, exponentially more desirable model for human activity. I would say 70 to 30%. Sure. As in, if someone says, oh, I'm going to hop onto something and measure how many frequent, like keep a journal. When you hop on, track your activity when it comes to online thing. The thing you're going to be hitting first is a live service model. And you might be thinking, well, not for, it's like, I don't play a live service video game. It doesn't have to be a video game. I don't know if you noticed, but Live service is a lot of things. When you window shop on Amazon Prime, that's a live service. You're paying for Prime. If you're window shopping, if you're like perusing a catalog on Netflix, that's a live service. So keep a track of it and see how much the vast majority of your voluntary activity is actually encompassed by a live service. And then start making a prevailing argument about how video games is going to pooch shoot and how like this is not the future. It will destroy the company. It will make players leave or etc. You have to understand population statistics really in this case. You have to appreciate how consistent lifestyles are. And it's largely, in my opinion, what you said, Kragus, that it's the time process of learning, exercising, and practice. It's what made, in my opinion, EverQuest, like the early days of that type of live service, the most explosive. It felt like when you come home and you liberate 1 or 2 hours to hop on to that game, and then you're like, oh yeah, we'll reconvene like, you know, a week later. It's like, it's a lifestyle choice. It's the closest thing to learning, exercising, practice, resting, and then retrospection. It conditions someone to habitually tackle those steps. You learn to wait. You learn to digest intellectually, not pragmatically. Then you execute pragmatically, so you learn to do it pragmatically. And then you sit on downtime and you repeat. And that repeating process teaches you how to be repetitious in nature, right? And it's a combination of delightfully surprised and delayed gratification. So there's all of that. So regardless of how terrible, I play like a dragon, so I'm used to them getting 8s out of 10s. Live service games, globally on average, gets 7 out of 10s, but it's a 7 that doesn't even nearly reflect any form of its criteria. Because when you think about 7s, everyone's mindset is somewhere else. Journalism, it has, like gaming journalism, for example, their evaluation type is normalized to a specific standard. It is not normalized to the new standard. So there's no standards for that. It's just like RGG games. Like a Dragon games, they are iterative legacy games. You cannot evaluate iterative legacy games the way you evaluate other projects, but you can still choose to do so if you want. It leaves it up to the end user to interpret that type of reviews. That goes the same with aggregate scores. What is your sampling for your aggregate scores? I can guarantee you, if you read into it, Steam has the most appropriate legacy aggregate score. Metacritic has one of the worst legacy aggregate scoring, but it has an incredibly accurate standalone project score. So what I mean by that is a game that scores, let's say, a 7.6 on Metacritic, well, likely if it's a legacy game, that's about where it is, 7.6 to 8. I tell you, if you jump onto Steam, it's probably 9 or 10. So you have to understand the communities that are making those reviews, because the internet has more or less used algorithmic training, normalization to group the pre-selection. So your sampling size is bias, but if you can understand that bias, it becomes very informative to you. So if I'm playing a legacy game, I want to know how good that legacy game is. I will look at Steam. I would overweight. It's called a weighted average, and you're curious, but in this case, the weighted average isn't objectivity. It's not sampling weighted average. It's emotional. It's like emotional intelligence weighted average. So I know that I understand the communities enough where if I'm playing a legacy game, I'll probably see how good of a legacy game it is, because Steam is all about legacy. So when a game is iterated a lot, if it goes down in reviews on Steam, it's a really bad sign. If it stays the same, then it's a good sign. Like, or it's a indifferent sign. Like, they maintain their cycle. If it goes up, it means the legacy is getting better. The design is getting better. It's less informative than Metacritic, for example. Then vice versa. It's a brand new game, hot off the press, from a AAA publisher. Where do you go? Definitely not Steam. Because Steam is incredibly refractory to new titles. Even if it's like incredibly well developed, high quality, it runs well. Like, if it breaks a status quo really, really hard, it still will score lower. What's a great example of that? FromSoft's Armor Core. Yeah, just look at FromSoft's Armor Core, and that's a example. Or any Blizzard title, because what did it break? Well, Blizzard is Battle.net is a legacy community that just broke into another legacy community. So anything that's released from Blizzard is going to be exponentially, statistically, like 10 standard deviations away. Negative. So there's that stuff. Yeah. Any game that has any live service game tend to consistently score reliably. So if it trends upward, it's a good indicator. If it trends downwards, it's a good indicator. But if you go to Metacritic and look at a live service game, it's always a 7 or lower. Like, regardless. Like, it's so rare that it's because it's evaluated based on products. The standardization for the people who submit scores to Metacritic is like, is it a finished product? Is it worth this thing? We only evaluate as the product it is, not what it promises. That's the idea, right? So it's fair. It's a fair evaluation and appropriate for certain things. And if you're looking for, do I want the product that I'm investing right now? And is this a game that you go to specific outlets, if you understand them, to use that? And then you can use their relatives to figure out how good that is. Like, if Metacritic gives a new game off the block a 9, that's really good for a new game off the block, right? Like, no legacy contained and whatnot, you know, no substantial remake or something like that, right? Remakes score really, really well on Steam, by the way. Like, it's capped. It is capped a lot of times, especially if it's legacy bound. It tanks if the remake departures from the source. It tanks really hard on Steam. It actually doesn't tank that much on Metacritic, for example, because Metacritic is inherently also evaluating and overweighting novelty, that kind of thing. All this stuff is non-useful to anyone who doesn't care. What I mean is, doesn't care about that in their decision making. If they feel things and they intuit things, then fair. Those individuals will tend to intuit and look for confirmation. So if they believe a game is not to their taste, they may or may not be aware that they just look for a reason to convince themselves. So it's not geared towards that. The thing I'm citing is just things you might notice if you're someone who don't really make too many emotional decisions, which I tend not to, not because I don't want to, I just don't naturally feel inclined to most of the time. it would be kind of fun to do that if I experience it. So if I had like an emotional decision, I'd probably do it just because of fun. But generally speaking, no, not really. I think the most emotional, here's an example of my emotional decisions, just to give everyone a relative perspective of how it feels to be in my head, I guess. I get emotional by new underwear every 3 years. Like, I get excited to look at underwear every 3 years. It's not like the underwear goes bad every 3 years. I'm just saying, I decided maybe I should get new underwear every 3 years, or get new shoes every 2 to 3 years. Nowadays, the reason why it's 2 to 3 years is because I run, so my shoes kind of get worn down really fast now. So that's something interesting, right? No, it's not about the video game purchase. It's usually something else. Video game purchases are based on intellectual, academics. So I treat video games more like skill development, which is probably not the I might have to elaborate on that. Not the way other people treat skill development. I think a lot of times people think of skill, I would say 60-40. Let's just say 60, maybe 70-30. When people think about skill development, they're thinking about self-improvement. Those two things are different. Self-improvement, they can be the same, one and the same, but they can also be mutually exclusive of each other. And I'm not looking to improve myself. That's not my motivation for skill development. It does improve myself. So what I mean is I do see self-improvement through skill building. It's not my top priority. So whenever someone thinks of it that way, you'll find that in most cases, they will use phrases like, I wasted my time. What's the point of this? Like, what's the meaning of this? I shouldn't have done this in the first place. Oh, that turned out not the way I wanted it. And also, I don't want to do any of this because it doesn't help me. At least those 5. If you're saying those phrases, then you're a person who treats skill development as a form of self-improvement. Generally speaking. Any one of those is good enough to give you a little bit of awareness that you acquire skills not because of its potential to help you. You acquire skills because you think it is useful to you. And what I mean by that is, it is useful to you now. I just acquire skills whenever it inspires me. So anything that is stimulating, I just do it. Not anticipating whether it helps me or not, I can see. And I'm fairly old now, so that's usually, the older you get, the less you're going to do that, because you don't willy-nilly do that until you have acquired all the necessary skills to make you content in life. So if you reach that point, then you're largely just developing skills for the act of skill building. You're building legacy. So until you reach the phase of legacy building, if you're an old person and feel compelled to still look for things that will improve your life, then you haven't entered a stage of legacy building yet. I'm not saying I did, because from time to time, I still feel like there are skills that would help me improve my life. I can see that. Yet my motivation is significantly dwarfed by just my interest in legacy building. So if one day a special someone says that crocheting is like the best thing since sliced bread, you bet I'm gonna start to learn how to crochet. Like, why not? You know? But generally speaking, when time becomes slimmer, that's one telltale sign that you might not have found enough closure in your life yet, in my opinion, would be that desperation, like, nah, I have better things to do with my time. My time is really precious. Well, if you have closure, anything you do is precious. Even the times you find being able to sit down and look at the sky and take in the summer air is precious. Right? You develop the skills enough to make all your time precious. And that's kind of what I secretly wish for everyone in their lifetime to reach, where you free yourself from the bounds of anxiety about like worry that you can't find value in your time. All my time is valuable. Challenge yourself one day and ask yourself, how valuable do you think your time is? Not how valuable it is to someone else or to some arbitrary metric that's outside of yourself. Just ask yourself how valuable your time is. Like yourself. If you're the one that's telling yourself that you're wasting your time and there are better ways to use your time instead of the way you used it just recently, then you start there, in my opinion. If you can't even convince yourself, there's so little chance that someone else would think that. There's still a chance though. You know, there's someone who admires you a lot. They'll give you the confidence boost, right? That's outside your control though. It's something you can't rely on. Almost. That's where significant others come in, right? Or having children. But that's part of legacy building. And if you're having trouble building enough legacy in the first place, chances are the interpersonal connection between you and the significant other, be it your children or your partner, right, will feel that too. So in my this is kind of my segue into like how endearing it is when there are people who have a wonderful, healthy relationship with their children or significant other, because when they started their relationship and stuff, for better or for worse or wherever they are, they started it with a state of mind to make it work. And that means they were content enough and had enough skill building and life skills to start building legacy together. Because a family is a legacy. It requires a person who is not still worried and trying to seek stabilizing their own life. That's not an interpersonal relationship. That's, well, okay, someone could argue that's an interpersonal relationship with yourself. If you choose to compartmentalize yourself, then yes, true. But most of the time, it's an intrapersonal relationship with yourself. If you're still doing that, you can still interact with other people, right, interpersonally, and you can do things like get a job or maintain a job with an employer, or even less, start your own business, which is even less. But to become a great interpersonal person, someone who's skilled at communicating and relating and empathizing and even critical thinking, generally speaking, you have to be a very comfortable, rational, emotionally controlled person who's not looking for more self-improvement per se, not completely motivated by the self. Skill building is one of them. I would say if I bump into someone and they shared with me 14 skills, not how they mastered them or they're committed to one of them. The more skills they show me, the more I know this person has stopped doing the self-improvement phase and have entered an endless exploratory phase. If the person's incredibly young, that's youth. So youth has a little bit of an exception where that might just be inexperience and they're in an exploratory phase. But we're talking about an adult here. So someone who has enough time in their life to have encountered all those skills. So what I would say is, yes, having one particular skill is fantastic. When you're reaching like my age, 40s, 50s, if you're not like just enamored by whatever goes on, then I would say you've entered a stage of life that might be a little tough because you have to start settling down on your like mindset. Like you can't just simply entertain yourself with all the skills. You don't have the luxury of that, right? There's always physical bounds and mental bounds and whatnot, and it would slowly and surely cause a dip in your quality of life. It's not to say your quality of life is dipped because it's capped. It's more the quality of life dips because your bottom line is putting an imaginary glass ceiling on it. Right? Like there are very, very happy people that have far less than me. So it's one of those things. Like, do I have to play video games to be satisfied intellectually? I kind of do. Is that artificial? I mean, like, what I mean is it something I impose upon myself? Most definitely. Most definitely. I could be that guy sitting on the beach and having the time of my life. At least I choose to believe that. I don't think I'm a human that was prescribed to not be able to do that, right? To enjoy the finer moments and whatnot. And I keep that mentality. So skill building is a hobby. That's probably my my hot take. There is a stigma around what I just said. An old school way of looking at it, which is from my generation, this is assuming you don't have a specialized skill yet, to get a job, right? To get a job, you need a specialized skill. So back in the day, the old hat way is you develop a specialized skill so you can get a job. So if you're skill building for the sake of hobby enthusiasts, just skill building for skill building, the stigma word I would use is a dilettante. Dilettante is that stigma where if you can't focus on something, you'll never get good at it. And then you're just like mediocre at a lot of things. Like, it's true. But for me, the answer is both. I have a specialized skill that I developed when I was young, and now I just rely on that specialized skill and still practice it to this day. But now I have the luxury of doing everything else. So it's a balance that I earnestly believe would lead to a wonderful quality of life improvement to anyone who's maybe older than I am, or maybe feels older than I am, because man, life could throw you into the ringer. I would say my life was through the ringer, but there's probably exponentially worse, right? Because I have a lot of things that others did not as well. That's kind of one of those things. It's probably why I always drone on and on about stuff regarding video games that may not be resonating with a lot of people. People won't resonate a lot with my opinions and stuff is because they're searching for something. Or they're running away from something. Not in a bad or good way. It's in a practical way. When something's terrible and you don't want to do it, naturally, running away is a pragmatic approach to it. Like escapism. So, you know, I play video games, so naturally the vast majority of people are using it to escape. Video games is a work for me. It's considered work. And before you get a little crazy and say, oh, but I hate work, it's like, well, I love work. I enjoy doing work. I mean, you would have to really enjoy doing work if you wanted to get a PhD in science. My body doesn't like doing work though, so that's the reason. And there are aspects of work, like if you want to compartmentalize, I like work overall. It's not to say that there are not obvious characteristics about work. You know, the richness of the process that I disagree with. In fact, it's those things that I needed to take a break from. Would I go back? Absolutely. I don't do things that I regret. So when someone asks me, would I do it again? Absolutely. If I don't, how would I know? I wouldn't be able to answer your question today if I hadn't done what I'd done. Fun times. Sorry, I got a little bit deterministic there. Just a little bit, a wee bit. Filling in the time, because we are playing a live service game, and I contemplate about stuff as I'm doing it, because like one thing that comes up a lot when you're playing a live service game is, what else could I do with my time? I think that's one thing that without a doubt someone somewhere on this planet who is playing Neverwinter right now is thinking to themselves this question. And for me, it's a combination of work, which is the skill, is practicing work. I would qualify is the opportunity to practice the skill that I specialize in, or I think I specialize in. That's work. So anything that helps me develop the thing that I'm selling, or will sell, or choose to sell when I need to, that's work. So I'm practicing work right now. So it's always worth something if I'm working, in my opinion. And when I get a break, you guys won't see me, because I'd be breaking, you know? Do you have to enjoy something you love? Absolutely, unequivocally for myself, no. Do I have to love something that rewards me? It's a no either. It's always a no. Whenever someone asks about like, do you like it? Do you like, why are you doing it? The motivation is experience. I want experience. Oh, I'm afraid you're not going to like it. It's like experience. Like, well, I want to know if I don't want to like it. Time is precious. But the autonomy here is that time is precious, yet it is in the eye of the beholder how precious it is. If you feel like you're doing things that is wasting your precious time, you might want to look inwardly first and ask yourself, why are you doing it? You might be saying, because you have to, then it's precious. No? Right? If you have to do something and you're doing it, it's precious. Because you need it. So why do you think it's a waste of time? That's usually in my opinion, the cyclic argument that happens with people who may not be very happy at the time, like happy with their current lifestyle. It sounds a little harsh, but it can come off as something that is necessary to get someone to realize that perhaps the thing they want to love is not providing some sustainability to their life. That could involve being happy. I mean, I'm playing Neverwinter. If anyone asks, what am I thinking? How do I like the new module? Well, I'm reminiscing about stuff. Does it have to be Neverwinter to get me to think about this stuff? Not really. And does it matter? Could it be something else? Well, it could. Definitely, right? Is it better or worse? Well, we'll never know, because this is already doing it. Sometimes it's not about the better choice, it's about what's already happening. So when you make a decision, if you think like that, you'll be able to follow through. It's not about secondhand guessing once you make the decision. It's already happened. You can choose to change that decision from the inside out, like accept that you made the decision and change it. That's still accepting that you made the decision. Then you get to the point where you don't say like, man, I wish I didn't do this in the first place. What a waste of time. I could have been doing something else. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I just thought of a really funny one. It's kind of like being on a roller coaster and the roller coaster starts moving, right? And then the person eventually, the fear-stricken person will eventually say, well, it's happening. Better make the best of it. Although video games, it is worth noting, many wish or am hopeful that they have the power to reverse something, and that's kind of what video games do, right? It gives you that normalization of, oh, but if it doesn't work out, we can change it back. Like, yeah, absolutely. Now, if you do that and play video games as your main source of entertainment, what are you going to think about when you can't change things back? Well, you'll normalize the psychology of being able to change things back. So everything else that you can't change back will become dissatisfying and almost regretful. And it will exacerbate your ability to interpret remorse, regrets, consolidating decision making, problem solving, Why solve problems when you never have them in video games? Because you can always change it into your ideal form. So while I did celebrate that video games can teach you life lessons, it can also normalize you to bias that makes you less fit for life lessons. And that raises awareness. So that would be the other prong of things. While things can teach you, raising awareness of what the trade-offs are very important too. Because nowadays, I would say a whole slew of generation of kids are able to convince themselves to never do something on the prospect of it not working out, because the fear is they can't redo the thing. That change is permanent. The decision they make is permanent. And that to me is where a lot of younger people misunderstand when I say I don't gamble very often and that I make my own luck. The idea is it's not exclusive. Just because you avoid something that you don't know what you're going to get out of, that's not avoiding gambling. That's not what I'm saying. Like, for example, hey, try this. I say, well, I might not like it. I'm more likely not to like it, so I'm not going to do it. That's gambling. Like, I don't want to gamble. I want to only do the things that I like. That's not what I'm saying. That's one of the biggest dissonance. Actually, even to adulthood. A lot of adults kind of misinterpret me nowadays. They're pushing their mid-20s now, right? Because age is relative. So, what I'm saying is that I developed skills and a way to make lemonade with lemons. As in, it's not about whether if I know something is a gamble or not. I remove the gambling from it. I mitigate the gambling. So when someone tells me, hey, you might not like this, it's like, oh, trust me. Or like, oh, trust me, I'll find something to like about it. Or like, you might not understand this, like, trust me, bro. This is a trust me, bro moment. Like, at some point, I will find something and try very hard to understand it the way you do. It will be valuable to me. So in the end, I remove the feeling of gambling. It's not a gamble if I've spent most of my life developing skills to make things valuable. You don't go digging for gold. You turn things into gold. It's that phrase of everything you touch becomes gold. That's the difference between someone who is successful, quote unquote, successfully happy, perhaps also emotionally happy, than someone who's still playing the lottery and quote unquote gambling. In fact, the people who avoid decisions are more likely to gamble than the ones that aren't. You know why? Because they are more likely to put all their eggs in one basket. And I don't know about you, but if you put all your eggs in one basket, that is one big gamble with your life. You're gonna gamble not picking up a skill because you think you're not gonna like it. That's a gamble. It's not the same thing I'm referring to, though. It's part of a different process. I'm talking about process. The mindset that someone else is talking about in gambling is the end result. They're not focused on the meaning and value of what they do in the time they make that decision, not what happens at the end. It's like, well, you may not like it, or you may like it. Sure. You could hate something, confirm everything you know, and it will still be valuable to you. possible. It's not easy, and it's not for everyone. Have a hard time believing me? It's not for you. Maybe, if you're happy. So, if you're saying what if, buts, it depends, then it's not for you. If you're not happy, consider entertaining that idea. If you're very happy, then you don't. It's optional. Because you found the method that works for you, right? At least I like to think you found the method. I think we're good. Yes. Alright. So the last thing to do. So today there was like nothing new in terms of like the campaigning thing. We're gonna switch over to oath keeping. And hope, I guess. We're gonna sit and pee for a little bit. Not sit and pee like urinating, but PE. Sometimes I run my letters together and forget to like articulate, so it sounds like I'm saying P, but PE. Protector's Enclave. Sit in EE for a moment and see if we can find actually, now that I think about it, I think we need to complete the dialogue in order to go in, right? Hold up. No, here it is. Okay. It's 55k, so we can definitely do this as a healer. Let's see if we can find anyone. So I do want the... Alright, we'll do this RTQ first though. Might as well do our RTQs. Or not. I guess that filled? Yeah, that filled. Oh no, here we go. I don't think we can get it right, yeah. Random queues are only normals. Is it even in the... Oh, Defense of the Moon Dancer is actually in the RTQ. Let's see if we land on the new one. The normal one is different from the advanced one, and I'm pretty sure it's different from the master one. I haven't done them, so not by happenstance. Oh, I see a advanced one looking for a tank. I don't think I'm gonna tank it. That's not gonna happen. My Justicar is not equipped well enough because of the whole thing that I talked about Master's Temple of the Spider and Master's Demon's Web Pit and stuff. Second class citizen, right here. Well, how should I, what's an analogy to where I am, to what I am in Neverwinter with a lifestyle perspective? I'm that guy. It kind of actually even describes where I am in real life, I suppose. I'm that guy that can live comfortably, probably, for the rest of my life, but never want more. And that's what kind of player I am in Neverwinter. I'm a guy who has the perspective of the new players mixed in between with the perspective of the elite first class. So I'm a little in between. I'm like business class right now, where like I have some comforts, but man, do I not desire the need to get more. So right now it's like my tanks are, and this is speaks to the design of Neverwinter, especially when it comes to trials and stuff. Tanks mandatorily are equipment dependent because their design always involves mandatory things. And my encouragement for including things that aid support is because healing comes next. Tank and healers are mandatorily equipment bound, not pain givers. If you do not introduce any reward to pain giving, pain givers will still be successful. More successful than the mandatoriness of healing and tanking. So what do they choose to do? Continuously still cater to the overwhelming population. Naturally, that's really pragmatic. The DPS, the pain giving, while constantly designing new things that require healers and tanks. If you're catering to pain givers, you make pain givers do most of the work. Because there's less and less of everything else that don't do the work and nor get attention. So it's counterintuitive the way they design their gear. So let's see. I want to do this trial. It's a great example. Even for myself, sitting chilling in the business class, I want to do this trial because there is a tank and healer prominent incentive, right? So I'm not immune to this. I also don't depend on this for my value in gaming. So if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. It was just a nice surprise. So I'm gonna do the dungeon, right? I'm gonna do the trial until I get it. Usually I don't. Usually I do it once and be like, yeah, I'm good enough. This is good enough. I don't need any more. I'm not greedy in that sense. Greedy has a stigma, and I'm not using it as a stigma. In video games, you can be greedy. Absolutely. It has the flexibility to do so. Does it hurt your, could it end up being an impediment to your happiness? It can, if you let it. So that's a bit of awareness, right? If video games spoil you with your greed, what else in your life gets warped? If you're always used to be at the top of your game and always get the reward, how do you view the rest of your life? If it's so normal, right? I'll say one comment that kids nowadays use a lot. Why can't this be as easy as a video game? Like, wait a minute. I thought you play video games for it to be a challenge. It's like, well, no, I want the challenge in a video game. It's like, well, then it's easy. Like, no, the reason why I like video games is a challenge. Like, so you don't like challenging things, but you do like challenging things? Like, well, I want to do the challenge. So that's different. It's like, well, if you want to do a challenge, then it's easier. Kind of like video games. For me, it's different. For IRL and this video game. Like, yeah. Cool. Master trials. Very rewarding. Good. Awesome. I saw it. Good to go. Do I want it in my video games? Yes and no. But today, I want that piece of gear. Or two gear set. 2 pieces. Do I get... No, I don't get currency here. So we can't even open. So, well, there's your RTQ for you. All right. Oh yeah, I can also also open lockboxes. You haven't seen me in a while. Yeah. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty all right. What are you up to these days? All right, we'll give 10 minutes. Let's say it's you can see the local time at the top right screen. We'll give it 10 minutes to see if someone says healer for Moon Dancer. I see a game I haven't been in for a while. Yeah, me too. We're seeing if we can find this we're seeing if we can find this queue right here. We're gonna stop waiting when the local time underneath the minimap. Oh, it's this way now. Reaches 5:33. Do you have any interesting stories, Big War? Someone is advertising a channel just for healers and tanks. It doesn't have to be gaming, really. But I see. A little gaming, huh? Sounds like you have a lot of other important things, so. Glad to hear that your life is eventful. I mean, my only way of interpreting that is that there are a lot of important things other than gaming. Sounds very important. Work's been busy, private life has been busy, I guess. That sounds amazing. You're happy, right? That sounds amazing. Honestly, at this point, whenever someone pops in, like every, I don't know, a year or two, those people, every time I ask, they would say something like what you did, but then when I ask a different question, they just share something really amazing. Like, hey, I got married. Oh, hey, I have a little one now. They're 6 months old. Work's been too busy for years, but now we're getting... Oh, that's awesome. Son is 13? Ooh, 13, huh? What's your son's favorite activity now that the big 1-3? Yeah, the teenager. In before gaming. He's a gamer, funny enough. Yeah, statistically likely. Yep. Yep. That confirms it. So what you're saying is, oh, someone's looking for a tank. I don't know if I can tank this. Yeah, I can't tank this. Oh no, nah, I'm not gonna tank that. Learning programming, yes. Very statistically likely and correlates very well with gaming as well. Future job potential, for sure, but I wouldn't rule out any jobs in general. But yeah, that does check out. They correlate really well. We live in different countries, right? 13. Is that is that middle school still? Do you have a middle school? Eighth grade? Okay. So end of middle school, right? It's the last year. And then gonna go to big high school soon. Oh, ninth is okay. Okay. What do you usually do? Do you play games with your kid? Does your kid know you're a gamer or was a gamer? I always wondered this. Oh, okay. Different interests, huh? Oh, and he knows? Okay. That's kind of cute. Kind of hard to hide with my home-built monster. Fair enough. That's a weird flex, but okay. Sorry. I just wanted to throw that in there. If I had a little one, like, let's just say hypothetically, what would I be doing? Yeah, I mean, that's the kidding part, right? It's actually literally not a weird flex for your kid. Does your kid have a setup? You built a monster for your kid too, right? Here's a curveball. Not yet. Okay, fair enough. Christmas then. I'm holding you to it. No, I'm just kidding. Right now, if I had a little one, it's kind of weird, but here's just a fun curveball. I'd probably go running with my little one. Confirmation by next May, maybe. Oh, that's cute. I'll hold you to that, man. May? You gotta show me his battle station. I gotta see both the setup in a battle, like a man cave or something. But what'd you call it? I would probably go running. Weirdly enough, it's like a combination of suffering together and beating the weather. Conviction. I don't know. Something about running. Just go running. 5K. 5K or 3 miles. Sign up for the nearest 5K and then start running. Running would be an instant "are you sick" reminder. Okay. Fair enough. Like if I want to bond with a stranger right now, I'd be like, "You in the neighborhood? Alright, I'll meet you halfway. We'll sign up for a 5K in 6 months from this distance, and I'll see you at the 5K. Now that would be an instant friend right there. You know? It looks like everyone's looking for a tank. Okay. Hold up. I don't know how to tank it though. Like, I don't know anything about it. They don't say XP though. They didn't say they had to be experienced. Oh, it's the same person actually. The same person keeps... It's just one person that's constantly saying they're looking for a tank. You would search for an alternative? Underwater basket weaving? Competitive painting. I'm obviously just throwing out a red herring, so don't mind me. Lumberjacking. Competitive lumberjacking. Axe throwing. Okay, now there are 2 people looking for a tank. Are there just no tanks? Is that how this works? I mean, I totally agree that there's no tanks, but okay. Axe throwing, huh? Yeah. See, this is what I mean. The time limit's up. I don't think I'm gonna... I won't do it on stream, but I guess I'm gonna equip my Sentinel or my Vanguard to do things, because I don't have enough gear on this Justicar to warrant an attempt to tank. This is exactly what I mean. So all the trial peeps are all the tanks. Know why? Here's a big why, I tell you. It's also linked to this as well. Yes, it's great that now it's a stepping stone, right? But man, that set, it says -6. It's like, it's just not that great. Healing is great though. Like 6% total healing, that's pretty boss. Plus 3% total damage. I mean, it doesn't matter. Pain givers will suck it all up anyways. They like collecting. Does a tank want a tank for this? No. Nah. No. Nah. And sure enough, there are 4 different people looking for a tank for this trial. I can tell you now, I would jump on right now immediately on my Sentinel. But sure enough, they removed it. No, it's not. It's pretty high right now. It's actually higher than usual right now. In the last couple months. Like, it's actually annoyingly high in the questing area, if you know what I mean. I'm an incredible antisocial person when it comes to questing. Like, get off my mobs. So you know when that happens. Alright. This can go really terrible, but I'm gonna hold up. This is gonna be really sus, but let's just say I will try this and see if someone just kicks me out. I don't even know what I have on this character when it comes to tanking. Do I have plus 5% awareness? It would have been nice if I picked up that astral thing that gives scale down bonus, scale down resistance, damage resistance bonus. Can I buy that thing? I need a different arm piece. Otherwise, someone's gonna get angry at me. I don't see a different arm piece. I didn't bother updating the Justicar. What's the arm piece for seals? Let's just wear that. Oh my gosh, that's absolutely pathetic. What about that's pretty pathetic too. I'm asking myself if this is enough. I gotta change it. Alright. Let's just go for it. I don't know. Let's just find out. This can go really terribly. Pretty sure this is gonna go terribly. Someone said there we go, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea what I'm doing. I guess we're doing it live. How's my deflect capped? What the heck? Oh, wait. Whoa. Calm down, guys. Oh, it's the other way. I have no idea what I'm doing, so good luck, guys. Maybe whoops. I hope they understand I have no idea what I'm doing. When did my deflect become so high? I have too much deflect. That means I can probably wear this thing with a 5%. Oh, are they talking about... I'm sure this is okay, right? Oh, is this scaled down? Oh, it is scaled down. It's scaled down to 65k, so I really need those boots. Because my boots would maybe give me 5% or something. I don't know. I don't know what the scaling of that new equipment is. But I'll go grab the boots, I suppose, at some point. Maybe we can just wing it and pretend like we know what we're doing. We'll see. Oh, that's right. I can't even do this, huh? I need smite. Oh, wait. Hold up. Do I need the other thing? Uh... What else can I guess I could get some wards too? I don't know, let's just not like jump the gun or anything. I don't know. Let's just try to read what happens. I know I have a tab now, so I have to play differently with the tab. Like this. Holy chaos. Okay. That seems alright. Yeah, I only have to tab to get everyone to me, so it's all good. Because of intimidating presence. This is largely why sentinels are inherently a pega here. It's such poor timing too. Of all the times to want to change how sentinels work, they already work terrible enough in these situations. Instead, it got even worse. So I'm just gonna follow the excess pain giving. I can't interact with this very well. Okay. Yeah, you just stand around and be pretty with your wings. That's all. That's all you need to do. Stand around and be pretty with your wings, and then smack as many things as possible. I don't know what's going on, but it's whatever. I see barrels. I still just... Okay, I see barrels. Whatever that channeling thing is a little scary. The little, like, gold channeling thing. This binding oath was a terrible mistake. I need to swap out this binding oath. I need my bane. This looks like a incredible amount of I'm not even like not even taking any damage because nothing is aiming at me at the moment. It's kind of awkward. Okay. Alright, that was my fault. I actually stayed in that for too long. This is so much chaos. Like, what the heck, man? It's okay, though. Like, I just have to tab. It's so comical how good Intimidating Presence is for this specific task. Okay, I keep telling myself I need to switch it out and I haven't yet. Alright, I don't mind tanking this if it means doing the Justicar thing. And not yet, anyways. Wow, these different zones. Look at all those damage numbers! Okay, I need to switch. Okay. Alright. Now we can do some proper AoEing. Maybe we can, I don't, I guess you don't know this yet, but the most recent change, to Justicar is, when you tab, the Intimidating Presence used to increase, threat, right? And then that's all it did. Now it does AoE damage. And it's a high threat AoE damage, which is actually very reliable. Well, most of the time, that's already sufficient enough. So that big little, big glowy circle. Although restoring divinity is kind of rough right now. Why did some people leave? Ooh, that hurts. And hey, you get to look cool doing it, you know? You get that cool, like, ring thing. And wing thing. Wow. Divine Protector has such a long animation time. Holy heck, dude. Just soak it all up, you know? Just soak it all up. I guess Justicar can compensate quite a bit for Oh, I don't even need Smite. Yeah, I think we're gonna delve the Smite. At least have something functional, like a burning light or something, to crowd control. No one saw that. I was trying to change my setup. I don't know if I'm immune to CC when Divine Protector is up. Do you just stand here for dominance? Probably a dominance charge, isn't it? This is alright. I don't mind it. I guess we have stuff to do now. You can always trust pain givers to be incredibly concerned about their damage, right? Yeah, you're not even... I can stand in the red with like 0 gear. It's weird. It's such a weird feeling. Although the other tank is also hard taunting. I'm not using any hard taunts. I should put a Aura of Vengeance up instead. Yeah, like everyone's getting... It's so funny how often everyone's getting it. Alright. This is fun though. This might as well be a pain giver's dream, right? Seems like everyone needs to get on board the Moth ship or something. I have no idea where to go now. Oh. So much bubbling, man. So much bubbling. Like, a sentinel can't even get half that speed, so... That's kind of... Now we switch to smite, I'm guessing. Oh my gosh, you have to make that leap? That's so troll. Do we wait? Does the tank go in first? Is he gonna go in? He's gonna go in. Okay, that's significant damage right there. I'm getting hit pretty hard there. Guess I have aggro. Sure. Is there like a tank buster or something? Oh, he wants to pull boss to door. I see. I'll let this guy take over. I don't know what he's doing at the moment. Boss to door, yeah. Okay. So does the Vanguard just chill? I guess I'll cover these guys then. Probably just, I mean, that's the Vanguard, right? Who am I to compete with the Vanguard? For mobs? Okay, fair enough. Although I'm still stunned. Alright, so yeah, I don't mind taking care of the mobs actually. In fact, this is probably ideal. Have a Vanguard on the boss. And a Justicar. Handling the mobs. Yeah. And the sentinels just cry in the corner, basically. That was 4 wizard dailies at once. Yeah, they wanted to change up the formula. So what they did was they made a trial that emphasizes mobbing, clearing the mobs. The downside of the mob part is my preferred tank of choice no longer does single target nor I mean it never did mobbing, so that's just what happened. You know, instead of using Divine Protector, I think I'm gonna just use Shield of Fate next time when we're running this again. Whoops. I didn't mean to go over there. That was weird. That targeted so far away. Yeah, like you sneeze and you have the mob's attention. Like it's not even a contest now. So everything that makes a sentinel like that theme of having threat generation and stuff, that's irrelevant. Like a just card just sneezes and has threat. Like I'm not gonna even bother with this because Justicar is terrible at single targeting without being attacked. So I'm gonna end up taking the threat from that guy because that guy is just blocking for the most part. I'm just gonna sit here. Yeah, and just do this. I mean, at least on a sentinel, I'd be working. Now I just hit tab. I was starstruck. It's so big. Like the gigantic radius is incredible. It's a tick, I forgot, what is it? 150, 200 mag tick every second. And it's just such a big area. That's what makes it so diverse. And you're still gonna use Palisade. And Palisade is still 60%. Yeah, no contest. Not even, I didn't see my bar change to any color. Like, I'm not even hitting this guy with any of my encounters. And you just Divine Protector and just sit here. Until you run out of Divinity, of course. Because you can run out of Divinity. You still have to manage. But that's a Vanguard. No contest. The only contest was Sentinel. And that's not even it anymore. Stop? Wait. Is there like a limit? You have to wait? There might be like a DPS check or something. When someone said stop. Maybe they have to finish before the next wave. Like, have to wait till the next wave. Yeah, that Vanguard is taking like heaps of damage. Like heaps. I'd be shredded in a matter of moments. Oh, interesting. Wow. All my stamina just evaporated. I don't have Divine Protector, so. I see. Interesting. Oh, the tank went down. Uh-oh. The tank, which is not me. Are they supposed to take down the people they're channeling or stop the guy from channeling? Probably like... It's not clear. There's still explosive barrels. Lots of explosive barrels. Permanent. It's almost permanent bubble. Stop. Ow. I assume stop is not towards me, but can't be too sure. Oh! Ooh. I don't know if our healer, both our healers are alive. Oh, I do see both our healers. Oh my goodness. I was trying to res the healer there. Still trying to res the healer. Holy freak. Alright, now I have the boss as well. Can you kite? Nope, stunned. Unlocked forever. I guess that's it. No, everyone's releasing, buddy. Just release. That was something else. I still want to be a healer. Oh, they triggered the DPS check too soon. Yeah, because boss move after tank died. A little chill on the boss. Remember, it has to be a tiny wee bit below 4 bars to trigger ads. Oh, okay. Yeah, so there is a DPS check for like the big ads, the channeling ads. So they want to burst it. They want to get down to as close as possible for the trigger. Then they want to artifact burst the boss at the start, but they triggered it. A healer left. Yeah, I have a lot of scrolls for this. And what I mean by a lot of scrolls, I mean these are all free scrolls from just doing dungeon runs. So you get a lot of scrolls just from running dungeons nowadays. And I don't have any other reason to use it at all. If I'm handling ads, I guess I'm just gonna Burning Light and then use Vengeance. And that's pretty much it. It's very mild. Looks like your tab would pull the boss if you were too close to location. Oh, no. It only pulled the boss because the tank died. That time. The tank was already dead. The other guy was already dead. The other guy was using all the, like a lot more threat. Like a lot more threat than I was. Hey, I don't mind tanking mobs. This is what Justicar is great for. I would love to do it as a sentinel though. In that way, I don't have to heal myself ever. Like I don't ever need healing, because you can just Blood Fury, and Battle High the entire time. And now, just so you know, it would make Battle High actually useful. In the recent change, Sentinel's Battle High can be an aura, which provides health to the entire team. A health bonus to the entire team, which you could do a lot. And I would have an actual artifact that helps people, but I don't now because Sentinels were gimped too much. They're just not good at anything. Not really. If I had to pick, if I'm tanking that boss, I would be a Vanguard. I would just switch to my Vanguard. But now that I know most of the phases are mob phases, hands down, just the car. No chance, no competition, because you don't have to act to do 100 mag. A high threat mag modifier. No need. No need. I just don't have enough, I don't think I have enough mitigation, like on top of mitigation to solo tank that boss. Not a chance. Your defense stats nowadays aren't really that, most people can cap these, right? And then, you get, total incoming damage, benefits. This guy probably has all of them, yeah. So this guy has 8%, right? Look at all his defensive stats are capped. So there's no competition. And he can still defend and attack. So it's all good. Yeah, he ran yeah, he has standstill. So yeah, 6-second standstill stuff. I don't know if the boss does range attack. That kind of looked like melee. Yeah, this person's way more geared than I, and he also has the incoming damage equipment. The only thing I could hope for is drain all my stamina and just be a paper thin guy. I'm gonna keep using my book though. I want to stun the mobs. I could put down a banner. Whatever. It's not essential as long as I get aggro first. In this case, it feels more like aggro, right? It's all about that aggro. Oh, there's a lot of damage that some peeps are putting out. Man, someone was taking a lot of damage before their old tank, I guess. Yeah, see, even when it comes to mitigation, right? Bartek is mitigating, right? Our mitigation is about the same. He was taking way more face damage because he was on the boss. But my mitigation to my face damage ratio is higher. The protector? I don't think I offer any form of protection. Pretty sure I don't. Just to be clear, in final boss kill phase, slow DPS approaching 4 bars and stall and stop as soon as ads appear, correct? Yes, kind of. You stop a bit earlier to not bleed him out to DPS check. And then what, you take out the ads and then do the DPS check? No. No, I'm just reading the chat out loud for what people are saying. It's actually behind me. They're discussing it. That's why we're standing around, so. This is the first time for me. Like, this is vanilla. Like, I'm just vanillaing right now, so I have no idea what's going on. So apparently when that guy was yelling stop, that's some people were a little bit confused. Yeah, I know. No, it's perfectly alright. I'm used to that. I've block the chat all the time. Intentionally. It's right behind me. Because, just out of courtesy. People can say things, you know? You know as well as I do, people can say things. And when I mean things, I don't mean generic things. So you have not somehow undergo a temporary blind spot. Your vision is perfectly alright. I imagine it's perfectly alright. I gotta switch to Binding Oath near the latter phase of that boss fight. For sure. Oh, if I could spare? No. We always get reset, right? Yeah, we end up running out of combat. How much damage I'm doing is kind of how many actions I'm doing is kind of proportional to how fast my my AP is going up. So the more targets I have, the better, I suppose. I'm still trying to figure out when they spawn. I get an idea of their intervals so that I can collect them like this. I think this is kind of mesmerizing. I'm just basically avoiding as many red circles as possible. I mean, I'm not really taking any damage. They don't move fast enough to be able to hit you in melee. It seems most of them are melee. Except for like the big red circles and cones occasionally. Kind of fun. So they had more than enough DPS. It was just some things didn't work out as coordinated. I know what that sounds like because it's in advance, so it's more or less down to DPS at this point. And I gotta remember to tell people that I am most definitely not tanking that boss. Legit horrendous. I wonder if you have to separate the guy with the blue bubble from the other guy to speed things up. I don't actually know what the significance of that blue bubble is yet. Am I supposed to pull the other guy away? Oh, yeah. So I'll have to think about that because I'm not sure if I'm like one person gets one thing, right? And then you pull the blue guy away. There is in that moment, I realized I might have grabbed both of them momentarily. Like I still have this guy, So I don't really know. I'm gonna have to find out. And we stand here. I see. Does it bleed the air out? Okay. Yeah, there's no danger at all for this whole phase at the moment. At least to the tank. I mean, if I'm not taking damage with the bar being red the entire time, everywhere I look, I doubt any tank that's properly equipped. Parties on lieutenant only. Okay. So, as in, on the guys that spawn, not the commander. Okay, fair enough. I guess I'm just gonna chill here, get my AP up, so I can just grab everyone at the same time. And wait till they come in, stun all of them, layer the artifacts with the other peeps. That guy took one to the face. Oh, that thing does not have... That's okay. Oh, one thing from first week, I absolutely like the new blocking animation, but it seems like people really hate the new blocking animation. It's so fluid now. It's not a distraction. And it actually looks like someone who's actually shielding something while moving. Instead of like prancing around in an awkward stance. That's so impractical. Oh, that's the thing. Whoops. That's okay. Ugh. Oh. Holy. It took me a while to get the... Not like this. Stay away from me. I should really put on some hellstone. The pots are not good enough. Oh, I told myself I would use a binding oath, but I totally didn't switch to binding oath. Yeah, two guys went down because of me. That's kind of unfortunate. My bad. There's a lot of damage though. A lot of incoming damage. Try my best to kite around without exposing my back until my daily's up again. Switch. Okay. I should really pay attention to that guy's hit cycle. Actually, that guy is literally just holding dig in without letting his stamina. Oh, he's just waiting for his Knight's Rebuke or something. I forgot what it's called. Knight's Challenge. So he's just holding dig in until then. Interesting. Oh, I see. So the lieutenant comes every like third-ish. So that was one. So this one's not a lieutenant wave either. Oh no. There is a lieutenant there. Okay. They said 4 bars? Hmm. 2 more bars? Yeah. Kind of like 4 and a... It's kind of like the first bar is really truncated. Okay. It needs to stop. I don't see people stopping. Oh. Whoa, the tank barely survived. Holy heck. Okay. So now what? Okay, so they're gonna squeeze to 4 and then they spawn at 4? Is that good? Now what? Okay. Go. Stop. Parties. Cool. Ow. I have no idea what that circle means. Other than everyone get out of my way. Just gonna does a holy chaos, man. That guy's supposed to be there, like, just chilling on the side shooting. Oh, there's the DPS check. I'm guessing that's what the green stuff is for. Dang it. Ugh! I ran out of stamp. Oh, is that creating a DOT? I see. Oh, I should pick some of these guys up. Holy heck. I want to heal this. Oh my gosh. Get up, please. They're so close. Yeah. Dang, so close. Feels bad, man. Well. Interesting. reading text. Tanks need to swap aggro? I mean, I could do that. Kind of fun. I think I get the gist of it. I also saw that boss's attack cycle a couple times there near the end. Just wanted to see the boss attack cycle. So every once in a while, okay. So in between the mobs, I'm gonna hard taunt. I'll take the smites, right? And in between the mob cycle, when they take down the non-lieutenant cycle, I'll go in, smite, take a few hits, and then just trust that the other guy just wants the aggro back. So I'll just stand on top of him and take it. It looks like the one swing is singular, and it looks like they're finding other peeps. So I guess I'm gonna go for a bathroom break. Okay. It looks like the other tank is going to tell me when to take it. Alright. Fair enough. Yeah, it looks like they are using the same mechanic to force tank swapping by putting a stack of some sort of accumulating stack onto one of the tanks. Your usual classical way of having to swap. It's alright. I guess we'll just do this for the rest of the day, huh? Kind of fun. Am I worried about, yeah. I guess we'll see how much it does to me. Play it by ear. Hmm. Oh, I got stuck so bad. What the heck? That was very awkward. Is there a reason why that guy is... How is that hitting me? What the heck is actually even hitting me? There. What the heck? I don't even see a visual there. that kind of stuff. I don't know if this is still up, actually. Alright. Seen this 3rd time's over. Wait. What? I have no idea what's happening. I thought we'd do this first, but what's going on? That guy actually channels a laser. That's kind of funny. I might have accidentally killed someone though by moving the laser. Oh, 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 oh. That laser is pretty funny though. I just see a hypo. I did see a hypo. It is pretty chaotic. Yeah, man, he really does like just holding down dig in. I guess it's critical avoidance. Pretty boss. How the heck did I get bounced with that active? Wait. Wow, I couldn't activate it. Well, my res... the thing is logging out where your res sickness kind of falls off. Only one person has res sickness now? Pretty okay. Just gonna make sure. All right. So that guy is just gonna tell me when to swap. Fair enough. I wonder if he's just gonna yell at me at the most inopportune moment. Nothing like dig in with a 360 block. Okay. I mean, I can just take it now in between waves. But he's gonna wait like till the last second. That's kind of sus. Okay. Or not. I thought he was walking out just to... See, now I can't even get this guy. You tell me when. All right. Kind of hard to plan on tell when at the moment. Okay. Maybe it's during the 40 phase. 4-bar phase. That guy randomly typed and I was like, wait a minute. Almost false alarmed me.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery Houston, trim to ATO.
Guess I'm taking it for now. Okay. He clicked switch and then died. So, am I switching now? Or... Yeah, I'm taking it, yes. Or not. Okay. I knew that was gonna happen. I thought I saw some stacks on him, but it doesn't look like there are stacks on him after dying. But yeah. Waited for the last moment. See, there's 2 stacks. I see it. You could just tell me how many stacks he can handle. Sure. Is it 4? It kind of looks like 3 right now. I just keep an eye. It looks like 3 still. That looks like 5. Ooh. Nope. I have no idea where he is. He's got it, I guess. I'm just frozen to 8 billion pieces, man. Dude. Holy heck. How do you prevent that CC chain from happening? Like, that's so lame. I have to prevent that CC chain from happening. Uh, yeah. Vanguard. Freaking CC chain. That makes sense. Pulsar Greaves. Yeah. What does this do? Hmm. Anything else? Guess I'll take that. Your current HP increases your... What do I currently have? I mean, that's kind of alright for the healer. Let's see what else I can... Wait. This is good. I can sell this. Oh, I got the 2 artifacts? Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Well, there you go. Yeah, no, I'm not tanking that. That is a no bueno. That is a no bueno. You need so much mitigation, even for advanced. That's so sad. That's how that is. I'm pretty sure I can just... Artifacts are not that useful, really. This is increased portable jammer. What did the portable jammer do? Okay. It's okay. Why is this a thing? Actually, what does this, what does these shoes look like? Kinda okay, actually. I know what's at their purpose from. Well, there you go. That's one. No. So like, yeah, it's still Vanguard. I would tank the boss with Vanguard. The best thing you can do is wishful thinking on stacking a lot of things and then using all your divinity up. And then using a divine protector, cycle between divine protector. That's, and even absolution. That's gross. That's absolutely gross. And that's only, the item level is only tuned down to 65k. I would actually need tanking gear, which I don't have. Well, and it looks like the weapon has to drop from the boss themselves. I think that's good for today. I think still way more than I was anticipating. Alright, well, I guess that's from the tank perspective. It didn't help that I'm just constantly waiting on the other person to tell me when. And eventually it didn't happen. It didn't happen at all. I just saw him die, so I took the boss. Interesting. I'll come back a little more seasoned next week. to see if there's any improvements. Maybe I'll pick up the piece, the boots. I can probably buy the thing too. Let's go take a look. Oh, it only works on scale down content, and I need to check. So I would. Oh, actually, I know. There's a way to check. I can probably tell you. The easiest way is I go to my barbarian, equip this piece, because I'm guessing the scaling is the same for all of them. So I equip this piece, right? Then I switch to private, go into Defense of the Moon Dancer, and then see what it gives. 3.9%? 4% damage? That's a lot. That's a lot. That also means 4%. I'm guessing that also means 4%. Does it matter if my... Hold up. Does it matter if my item level is higher? What if I equip a higher item level? It goes up. So the higher your item level is, so you could get a really high item level. Yeah. So this scales with how much your total item level is being scaled down. Okay. And it's pretty appreciable. What is this item level set for? 65? Okay. So what? It's a reduction in 12,000? 12,000. About 4%. So a factor of 40. So you take 12,000 divided by 40 and you get 315. Or 4%, I mean. That's not bad. If I'm tanking, then my item level is going to be a lot higher. Like 77 is not that high. You can probably just equip whatever you have that's really high. This is just what I solo with. So if I add these, right? That's 4.6%. Wear a proper piece of armor. 5% damage. Wear, like, remove this. So yeah, that's actually quite noticeable. And now get us the equipment, because we're just after the equipment, unfortunately, or fortunately. So it's highly recommended. I would say I highly recommend for both, getting both. It is it will outscale probably even DPS wearing the shoes, because these are base 2200 already. So having these two is paramount in my opinion for any like newer players, and it requires very low entry. It's an incredibly low entry. Yeah, see, it's already 3.7. You can even see the projections. So if you ever want to know how much you're getting, just queue private into the different zones and then just bring up collection, and then you can just see how much it is. It's probably even way, and it's way noticeable for solo queues, right? So like, say we leave, this is the highest, I would say, and you can gain access to this, and then you can just item level stack. Let's go to like something like a REQ, or is that what they call these? RDQ. And then I don't know, go to a fan, whoops, not what I meant. Yeah. Go to like a fan breaker, right? And pull this up. 20%. It just shoots up to 20%, which is cap, which is the max. 20%. And what is this at? 45? 30. Yeah. So even when at top, I would say these pieces are something to look forward to. I would say it's highly encouraged. You go to the Moon Dancer, right? Look for an evasion call, or even hop, because usually empty places have invasions. Invasions are very common, actually, and it's on a passive timer. In fact, I would highly recommend, if you want to do a full cycle, you would find your first invasion, mark the instance, right? Mark the instance, at least get 4 empty instances, mark them. Once they complete, just mark that it's complete, and then you're gonna cycle, loop through them. It's kind of like BHE timing, right? And just loop through them, and you'll get your hands on these. I would say these two almost alleviates so many things. You would need above 80k to get like above 5%. I think a good place is 3%. If you can get 3% out of this, it will probably replace your current slot. And this is not added to your stat cap. These are on top of your stat cap. So these are uncappable. Damage, resistance, and as far as I know, I mean, they do change around words a lot, but bonus damage and damage resistance are the special, they're unique words, not to be confused with your defense rating and stuff. So that's something to do. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. All right, and then let's go look if I can actually even buy the boots. If I can buy the boots, I would definitely jump right in and then get the set. Or the tank, basically. I'm only getting the set because I'm tanking. But it'll be a good item level boost as well and whatnot. If I go down here, get some shoes. Get some shoes. Let's see. You need like 5. You need 250 for the no. You need 450 for the good stuff. I mean, they're clearly aware which ones are the better ones, but you can still get them, so you can still roll them. And if you're running multiple characters like myself, you can just pick it up at any time. I think I'm gonna head off today. Maybe run the thing a little bit more and see what happens. I really did want to heal today. I wanted to heal because that's what I'm equipped for. Tanking just scales too hard to tanking is too hard to scale because the gear is just behind walls that I'm not willing to do right now. Good night, Big Whore. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for saying good luck with everything. I hope you manage your work and whatnot. Yeah. Get under control and, you know, have fun. If I don't see you, I don't see you. Wish you the best of everything, you know? Yeah. So, wish you the best. If I don't see you. That kiddo, man. Gotta need his pops. Sleep well. Alright. So, we'll say it's above average because this has to be above average because there's an advanced trial, right? And people can do it voluntarily in PE until no one wants to do it, right? There is an incredible absence of tank, and I can absolutely think why they don't want to tank. And it's not even gear dependent. Like, what I mean is, it's not because of the attraction of the reward. It's the mechanic too. The mechanic is bonkers. Like, what I mean is, it's so unrewarding to do the tank thing, and you need to caress a gear check, as usual, even in advance. So it's kind of rough, and that's what I mean by not prioritizing that. Like, even in the zone right now, I'm sitting. There's a tank call. Like, there's always a tank call. So that's kind of sucky. That's a very great indicator of the sucks that's happening. I was kind of interested in this. This was not too bad. It's 6%. Let's see. I still don't even think 6%. Yeah. Yeah, it's always support. Constantly support. Over and over again. This time, tank healer and tank. I'll see if I can squeeze in and just ride the wave, I suppose. But it's a shame most of my resources are on the Sentinel. And that Sentinel is not going to tank that. Like, Sentinel is just gonna get bopped around by CC every time Unstoppable is lifted. There are no mandatory CC immunities on Sentinel. Not even Justicar can hold on for that long. Not as long as Dig In. So, that kind of sucks. Well, what can I say? Nothing's changed from last time, so that's a 4, right? That's a 4. But then you factor in advanced trials, which I got a chance to do. Plus 2 points. So 6 out of 10 day. So far 2 6s. Or actually last week was 4 because the quality of life was arguably easily one of the worst quality of life updates ever. Like not even because of the Sentinel. It's just misdirection, describing things that have changed when fundamentally they did not. That's the kind of thing that misdirection, overpromising, trying to sound conciliatory, like that type of thing, that drags you down. Like, if I were to try not to be pedantic as much, I would just say, hey, these are small changes. Don't expect to see a really big, fundamental change of things. But instead, it was sold as like a rework or sold as something bigger. And there was like lots of pleasantries, a lot of pandering. That's the stuff that gets marks of like being baited. Like it's a classic bait and switch, in my opinion. So that's a 4 for day 1, for week 1. But today, I think the trial is fantastic. It's chaotic, it's fun. It exudes all the things that are on the fringe of, I would say, 40 to 50% of the players. So that's great. I think the scaling's fine for advanced. I was just ill prepared for it. It's still on the cusp, and now you're telling, and then to give an idea, Masters is above that. That's a big hard pass. You're catering to like less than 5% now. I think even less. In fact, once they get what they want, they just peace out. There's no way of redundancy on that. That type of scaling and design, diminished returns. With that said, though, if they're designing it so that they can scale down and repurpose them for advanced and regular, then that might not be as much diminished return, right? Because if you're not advertising Masters as your attraction and you're offloading all the mods and all the things onto advanced, then you have a bell curve. So Masters is the cream on top, right? The titles, where you get your titles, where you get your cosmetic banners and capes. Sure, I'm all for that. And who knows, because of what happens in advance, I would like to do Masters again. But this one is going to be a hard sell. The last 2 were already a hard sell to even do or watch or see. This one might be tough. Hopefully. Maybe by the end of 10 weeks. Alright, folks. Today was a 6. Not bad. Not bad. Above average. Don't expect 6s for too long because milestones are fairly lukewarm, and then there's just a complete absence of milestone. We'll see if there's anything in the last half week. Usually the last from week 5 to 10 are nearly identical. So we'll try to farm some trials during that. Or like do trials from a different perspective. Next time we'll try to get a healing one in or something. Okay. Alright folks, here you have it. End of week 2. I'm gonna take a early leave today. I was planning on doing 2 things today, but took an early leave. Alright folks, as always, thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. I hope all is well in your life. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. As always, feel free to comment, share, and discuss. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Definitely stay healthy. And work on that net positive lifestyle. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.